Okay, looks like I'm live. Well, if you're here, and obviously you are, or you wouldn't be hearing me say this, you'll notice from the title today that it is Opentoonz 2D animation Truman Show Day. Well, what that means is I'm going to do my best actually to not to get bogged down in the chat and just focus on the work, because there's plenty of work to do. I'm over here in episode 1 of Salt and Light, and I'm doing a redo on a shot. So as far as what the agenda is, there's this shot that was in the show where Asher has shown up and is confronting the king with his occasional prophetic proclamations, or whatever you want to call it. And the king says, "Asher," and Golok says, "Well, well, look, what have we here," or something to that effect. So this was done quite a long time ago. Wasn't happy with it. Started working on a redo yesterday, applying some of the principles and ideas I learned when I did this short little well, I did a short this last week that's here on my channel, and so applying some of the things I learned there back to this show, Salt and Light, at 8 frames a second, and so that pretty well dictates what we have to do from here, because we got to do ink and paint on Golok, and then he cuts to a close-up. So we're gonna have to put a little lip sync in there, and that's that. The astute viewer might notice that my full-length feature film live action movie called Clerical Errors is no longer showing up on my YouTube channel, and there's a reason for that, and that's because we're moving forward with domestic and international distribution of that film. And so there's a few things about that somebody out there at some point may want to learn about, and which I'd be happy to talk about. But what you see going on here in this command line window is the conversion of the entire movie into a QuickTime ProRes file, which is usually what distributors want. They like ProRes. It's basically a visually lossless compression format, and we're going to wind up with about 180 gigabyte file, I would say, of that movie that's going to be passed on to the distributor, along with ProRes files of the trailer and the teaser, so they can basically do their job and get it out there. And so it's not only actually been taken off of YouTube, but I actually took it off of Amazon Prime, where it really wasn't making any money anyway. Blah, blah, blah. So one thing I did notice this morning that I thought I would mention to those who are interested, if you're like me and you get in a situation where you're running multiple instances of fairly high-powered programs like Vegas, or I guess you could even say Tahoma 2D, same situation, it can be very helpful to look at the affinity of your program. In other words, what we've got going here is it's really easy to have a situation where you've got multiple instances of your editor or your animation program or something open, because they're doing different things, right? And one thing that I found helpful, particularly in the past when I've had like 3 or 4 instances of Vegas going, which were all rendering, whatever, back in the day it would have been training videos or all sorts of things. But anyway, what you do is you hit Control-Alt-Delete and open up the Task Manager, and you can get a beat on what's going on with your CPU. And then if we turn this to name, you'll notice here, if we look at Vegas, and we go to the details, I've set Vegas to be running only on these 2 CPUs. Okay, and not only that, I actually wrote a batch file that automatically cleans out Vegas's temp directory and then runs Vegas on 2 CPUs of my choosing. So for some people, that might be a useful thing to know how to do. In fact, I'll tell you what, rather than belabor that point, I'll just show you the batch file, and then you guys can, if it's something you're interested in, you can take a screenshot of that, you can freeze the video, and you can see that. And then, of course, you're going to have to grok out what it means, but basically that tells you how to do it. So on my other desktop, I have actually multiple batch files so that I can launch Vegas running in on different CPU combinations. Okay, so today the title of the thing is Truman Show, because again, I'm basically just going to be focusing on doing the work, and I figured if that's what I'm doing, then in terms of you know, whether or not I'm live streaming, it's kind of like no harm done, you know, as long as I can stay focused on the work and not get too bogged down in a bunch of chat that goes too far off topic. So again, this is the shot we're working on. And by the way, you can skewer me for this if you want to, but I put in the title of the live stream Opentoonz just because I think there's a lot more people that know the name Opentoonz than Tahoma 2D. But I mean, Tahoma 2D is just a fork of Opentoonz, and they're mostly, almost completely the same program. So I figured that was a fairly small infraction. Right? Okay, so there we're cropped to the camera view. Let's just look at the playback here. So what's going on here? Well, so there we go. We cut to Golek, and then what we'll do here is we'll wind up taking the really what we'll do here is actually just extend the background painting and then put in an animation key right here to scale it up. Actually, you know what would make more sense? Let's do it this way. Let's hit insert, and then I'm going to take this cell and actually move it over to this column and resize it here. That way it'll be just easier in the schematic to go ahead and defocus the blown up version. Okay, so I will say, hey Brew, if I do something and you're like, oh, the heck did he do that, or I don't get it, then ask a question and I'll do my best to concisely answer it. So in this case, as I say, what we're going to do here is we're just going to move the positioning of the background painting. That's probably actually scaled up a little too much. If we look at this, yeah, I mean basically we see the curtain. So I guess I probably had it pretty close to where it needed to be. Does he show up? Okay, so the edge of the throne is touching his right shoulder. So we're close. Let me see here. I think I need a little more latitude like that in order to make it match-ish. It's going to be something like that. Okay, so now somebody might wonder why some of these columns are pink, and that's because these are actually subscenes. Okay, so Valner, let's hit the K key and get to the top here. So Valner is in his own scene with his ink and paint, pencil test, and shadows, and then that has been collapsed into a subscene so that you can basically keep everything in your work. It not only keeps everything compact in separate layers, if you will, even though they're called levels in Opentoonz. The other thing it does for you is it actually keeps your schematic clean, because in the schematic for this scene you only see one node that represents the subscene. And if I go down into the subscene, I actually get a different schematic. So it really keeps your workspace clean. And this is where you could be dealing with if you really want to get complicated. Well, actually, on the background, I did. If I go down into the background, it's got 3 layers too. And this layer is actually comped as an overlay to affect the contrast and whatnot and put a gradient in there. But it's only affecting the throne, not the entire image. Would actually make sense here to probably put another gradient around the whole thing, but if I'm going to do that, it might even make more sense to do it over the entire scene so that we basically get a little bit of a vignette going on. Hope that makes sense. Okay, so where are we at? Well, we're on Golek. So what I'm going to do is, all I've got is this pencil test with Golek, and Then there's 2 drawings, but the second one is essentially just a scaled up version of the pencil test. So I'm going to hit Control Shift down arrow, which is not going to work for you because it's a hotkey. I'm sorry. In order for that to work, you need to be grabbing the header, not the cells. Okay, so any number of headers that I grab will get collapsed into a subscene. So I'm just going to grab one. You can collapse one level into a subscene like that. And now for me, again, you need to set up the hotkeys yourself. So for you, you probably have to hit the right mouse click and go collapse to turn it into a subscene. And then you can open the subscene, which is the same as I call going down into it. And when you're down into it, which I have mapped to Control down arrow, Control up arrow goes back up out of the subscene, which means close the subscene, right? Okay, pretty simple. Okay, so as I said, all we have here is the drawing, and we're going to do the ink and paint, so we might as well start by lightening up the pencil test and then moving it downstream a bit. And as always, you know, save early, save often. I did in fact lose a bunch of work yesterday because I committed the cardinal sin of working on a vector layer where I was creating closed shapes, and I accidentally touched the screen without actually drawing a line, and poof, Tahoma 2D blew up. Morning, Amar. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to hit the B key, and boom, we've created a smart raster level. And obviously in this case, we're only going to have 2 drawings, so I'm just going to go ahead and put both drawings in there immediately right out of the gate. You might ask me, since this is a blown up version of this, why not ink this first and then shrink it down? And the reason is actually because my ink lines are only ranging from 1 to 2 pixels. I'm just finding I'm liking the look better when I have a fairly light-handed ink line. And so if I take this and then shrink it down, the lines are actually going to start disappearing, which is kind of stupid. So, all right, so this is going to be fairly brisk work. This is the young Golik, so through most of the show, he's 20 years older, but in this early scene, he's, well, duh, obviously he's 20 years younger. So he's got a little more hair, is the point. All right, so yeah, you guys are watching the Truman Show of animation. All right, I have a question for you. It's a business question. Have you set up a S corp before? Yeah, I'm the sole stockholder of 2 S corps. I'll give you a situation where that became very useful, actually, this last year, which was that okay, just as a backdrop, and okay, I don't know about Illinois. Okay, I can't speak to Illinois, but in Indiana, it's going to cost you about $100. If I remember correctly. When I set up my first S corp years ago, it was like $25. But you basically go to the Secretary of State's website and you set up an S corp, you pay your fee, and then the state will automatically generate articles of incorporation for you. And the defaults are usually, for a small business, like a useful default would be something like saying, I'm going to initially issue 1,000 shares of my corporation. They're all going to go to me, and they have a value of $1, let's say. So then you go open up your bank account and you say, well, okay, I'm going to open up the bank account with $1,000. Okay, so there's my opening equity in my corporation, and so that does not factor into your profit or loss that first year, by the way. So, but yeah, it's pretty easy. Or offer income within less than a year, because I think I'll be leaving my full-time job this year. Okay, so let's say if you looked at your skill set and said, what's the most viable income stream that would or could offer immediate income? Oh, that's a great question. If I was completely rebooting my life right now, literally rebooting everything, I would be taking what I did earlier this week, which was the short little video I did about full chain animations, you know, subscribers, that little cute little funny thing I did. And what I would do if I was completely rebooting and I wanted to look for the most viable sources of income, doing what I'm loving to do, you know, I would be creating a multi-tiered pathway. Essentially, I'd be creating a marketing funnel based on YouTube content. So I would create shorts like that, but that short would have a link in it that maybe goes to a 6-minute speed paint, which has a link in it which maybe goes to a hour-long live stream where you break down the whole process. And then I would begin to develop educational resources that work hand in glove with what I'm doing. So of course all that is predicated on the idea that you're reasonably good at what you do, right? So people have a reason to watch it. But that's what I would do, and the thing that's attractive about that is it's short form content, which means being an artsy-fartsy person with a short attention span, it means I can go in, hit something really hard for one day, and then it's done. It's done, it's behind me, and on to the next thing kind of thing. And then you've also got the benefit of instant analytics, whereas within, or I should say whereby, within just a few days, you know if that thing you just did is working or not, right? And if it is, then you build on that and you do more of that. So if I was going to apply that model to everything I'm doing right now, I would actually be spending my time doing more shorts. Okay, I think what I found out this week is that I know what to do if I want to grow a YouTube channel. I'm pretty much, I get what I need to do. It is not what I want to do. I've actually made a very firm decision of what my path forward is based on the help you guys gave me last week, and I'll get back to the S-Corp if you want me to give more details, because there's not a lot, but there's a few key things to consider of how an S-Corp can help you with your financial situation. So I'll come back to that. It's actually really valuable information that most people don't consider when they start a business. The worst thing you could do, by the way, is create a sole proprietorship or partnership. And it's got to do with what's going to happen when you start making money and you have to pay taxes. All of a sudden you're going to get killed basically by Social Security tax, not federal income tax. It isn't the federal income tax that gets you. It's Social Security. Social Security is pretty much an inescapable 15%. And it happened to me back in the early 90s where I wound up owing like, I don't know, it was probably $10,000, $15,000 or something. And I'm like, okay, we're not ever going to let that happen again. And the way you keep it from happening is how you structure the way you pay yourself through your corporation. It's actually pretty easy. So I guess I'll finish that right here. It's really simple. What you do is the IRS is going to be looking at, they're going to be looking at your corporation. You've got a lot of latitude the first year. You know, you're expected not to make money, yada yada yada. I'll look at your comments here. And maybe a company for the service. Okay, I'll get back to the thing I was going to tell you about how it helped me this year. Okay, so I had a situation where let me try to explain this the best I can. With an S corp, what makes an S corp different from a C corp is that a C corp has the benefit of being able to have retained earnings at a cost of needing to pay taxes itself on its revenue for that year, plus whatever you pay yourself goes through and you have to pay taxes on whatever you make, whether it's in the form of dividends or whether it's in the form of a salary. Okay, so for most people, unless you get to a business that's making over $1 million a year or something, you're probably way better off because it's simpler to do an S corp. Okay, so you're doing an S corp. What's the difference between the S corp and the C corp? Well, basically the S corp, any profit that the S corp makes that year, 100% of it, all of its profits automatically pass through to you as income. Okay? So any of the profit that the corporation shows, you cannot call it retained earnings, not pay taxes on it, and just leave it in the company. You can't do that. You even if you leave the money in the company, you still have to consider the profit as income to yourself as the share stockholder. Okay? I hope this is making sense, and if it doesn't make sense, post a comment as fast as you can. Okay, I don't have that much saved up in my bank, but I do have 401k. Cool. Move my IRA and tip just a little bit. Okay. Now, I don't agree that taxes are criminal. I mean, it really depends. I think they're most beneficial at the local level where you really know what you're paying for. You know, like the fire department or whatever. But I don't think they're evil. I think they've degraded to a level that could be characterized as evil, certainly at the federal level, because of the way the money is spent. You know, it's not because taxes are evil. Because if the money were spent in a way that we all agreed was beneficial and good, then we wouldn't consider it evil, right? So, just like well, I won't get too sidetracked there. So back to the S corp. Your S corp. What happened was, the reason I explained the fact that the money has to pass through to you as income, usually in the form of a dividend. Okay, you get a stock dividend. Okay, because the corporation made a profit, you're the only stockholder. It's not being divided between multiple people, and so obviously all of that profit goes to you because you own the company. You're the stockholder. Okay, I'm sure that's making sense. Well, the first year you have the corporation, the likelihood is you're actually going to take a loss. Now you say, okay, well, I put $1,000 into my corporation, and I might have not made as much money as I wanted to, but I made some. So how is it possible that I took a loss? That's impossible. No, that's not impossible. The reason it's possible and actually makes perfect sense is because of, for example, let's just say your numbers are really, really small, okay? All right, so at the end of the day, LLC versus S Corp, not a big difference as far as I'm concerned. The big difference is between either of those and a C Corp. That's where it gets different. Okay, but I digress. So that first year, you want to show a loss, and I'll tell you why. So you start the S Corp, you put $1,000 of equity in it. That came out of your pocket. You bought those shares. So you don't pay taxes on that $1,000 that's sitting in the corporate bank account, of course. Okay? And then you say, well, I need to use my laptop to do my job. And this is a pretty good laptop. I could probably get $2,000 for it, on the open market. And you say, well, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to place that laptop into service with the corporation. Well, you got one of two ways you could do that. You could say, I'm going to place it into service, and then what that means is, because it's now effectively owned by the corporation, I'm going to go ahead and depreciate it. And since it's a small dollar amount, I'm going to depreciate it all the first year. So the first year, I write off $2,000 of depreciation on that laptop that's being used by the corporation. Well, now, assuming the corporation didn't make any money, what is your actual financial situation at the end of the year? Well, your financial situation is you actually lost $1,000 because in fact, actually, you lost $2,000 because the corporation had to buy that laptop from you. Now, you could work that out in lots of different ways. Maybe the corporation actually took a loan from you personally, using the laptop as collateral, and so no money necessarily changed hands, but the ownership of it changed hands. Blah, 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 blah. These are the sorts of things corporations do all the time that people who don't understand it consider it to be evil. It's not evil. It's actually just good sense, and it makes sense. Okay, so now you've got your laptop that you ostensibly placed into service that has a $2,000 value, and you write that off as depreciation. So assuming no other dollar figures are involved, you didn't make any money, let's say. So now you have a corporation that lost $2,000 because you depreciated the laptop and you didn't make any money. Well, what does that do to your tax situation? Well, on your tax situation, what happens is the S Corp is actually going to show a loss of $2,000. Well, that also passes through to you. So now you also made, $20,000, at some job you're working. All right? And what actually happens now is your taxable income is directly reduced by $2,000. So you're paying taxes on $2,000 less than you otherwise would have been because of the corporation. So the situation that I was describing in my case is that when you have all that stuff going on, you can get a situation where, like I just described, the company loses money. Well, there's a little hiccup about that. You might say, wow, this is great. If I can figure out a way to lose money every year, it reduces my tax burden. Now, that's a very short-term strategy, because at some point you actually need to make money. But under certain circumstances, it might be useful. So what happens is the corporation can show a loss for either 3 years in a row, or it can only show a loss 3 out of any 5 years. So in a 5-year group of years, you can only show a loss 3 times. And if it happens more than that, then the IRS is going to tap you on the shoulder and say, okay, what's going on? This isn't a business. This is a hobby. What's the deal here? So that becomes a red flag. So balance what I'm about to explain with the fact that, by definition, your S-Corp will always either lose a bit or profit a bit, but generally not a lot. Here's why. What you're really trying to do with your S-Corp is structure it so that if you went and made $10,000 this year, okay, let's say you made $10,000. Well, the corporation got paid by your clients. Well, what happens to that $10,000? Well, the business has some expenses, so a little bit of it goes to that. But ideally, you would disperse that $10,000 to yourself over time. So maybe you give yourself a monthly or a quarterly payment, which I'll come back to what that payment consists of. It's basically split. If you're smart, it's going to be split intelligently between an actual salary, a dividend, and then perhaps rent. Okay? Now, the rent equation is very important for you. The rent equation is extremely important for you, Amar, because the corporation can rent office space from you. It's well known that the home office deduction is a red flag to the IRS, and it probably should be. What is not a red flag is the idea that a corporation, which is a completely separate legal entity from you, it's a completely different person, if you will, than you are. You're just the person who happens to own all the stock in that entity, but it's a separate legal entity from you. Okay? Well, that legal entity wants to use space in your house or your apartment or whatever it is to do its business. You say, okay, fine, I'm going to charge the corporation rent. That's totally reasonable. And of course, the amount of rent you charge needs to be reasonable, right? You know, if you're just starting out, it might be a couple $100s a month or something, right? But the corporation absolutely should be paying rent. I mean, that legal entity is benefiting from your living space to be able to carry out its business, right? Well, guess what? Here's a little secret. You don't pay Social Security tax on rent income. You also don't pay Social Security tax on dividends that come from the corporation. You only pay Social Security tax on your salary, actual wages. So what that means is, if you're smart with your corporation, what you'll do is you'll structure it, and this requires it to have a little bit of money in the bank. Okay? You got to have a little money in the bank so that you can plan. It just makes your job a lot easier if you can map out what you're going to do in advance and you don't have to recalculate things on an ongoing basis. That's basically what I'm talking about. All right? So that is, in fact, what I do and have done for years, is that my quote-unquote income is a single check, or it's actually a bank transfer, but it's a single payment that's reasonably divided between a stock dividend, a rental payment, and my salary. Now, there's a catch in all this, which is that you really need to get with your state, and you need to set things up so you're actually paying yourself a proper wage where you're withholding taxes. So that gives you another hassle, because you have to then make quarterly payments to the IRS and file a 941 form. You will have to do that. And if you don't do it, you can get away with not doing it for a year or two. They're not going to pay too much close attention to somebody who's just starting. I mean, they get it. They get it, believe me. The IRS is actually very easy to deal with. Unless you're doing things that are illegal. Then they can be a bit of a thorn in your side. But if you're doing things that are strategic which often are things that people who basically don't know what they're talking about look at as being sneaky or evil, but it's not evil. It's good strategy. Of course, you want to pay close attention to where your money's going. You're not going to have any trouble with the IRS. So you're going to have to set up payroll. That's going to be an important thing for you to do. So the point I was getting at about the end of the year is this: if the corporation, I had a situation. Okay, so I really want to explain this because otherwise people might look at it as being kind of like evil or something. By definition, the way an S corp works, especially a small S corp that's owned by one person, by definition, at the end of the year, the corporation will only ever make a little bit or lose a little bit because of what I already explained. The whole idea is that the income that comes into the corporation is being dispersed back out of the corporation to you on an ongoing basis. That's the whole point of having a corporation, right? You have a business, and the idea is for the business to pay you. So what that means is if you calculate it right, and if you have the ability to plan in advance, which you might not, then what will happen is that at the end of the year, it's perfectly axiomatic that the corporation will have either made a little bit or lost a little bit. I don't use an accountant. I used an accountant for 2 years in the 90s. I looked at the forms. I said, what he's doing is not complicated at all. It takes 2 hours to do, and I'm paying him $1,000 to do it. I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. And ever since then, I've done my own corporate taxes. And again, it takes a half a day of dinking around, once a year. So anyway, if we all understand that the whole idea, it's perfectly natural that the corporation generally doesn't make or lose a lot each year. Well, what that means is that it's obviously possible that you're going to have a couple years in a row where that turns out to be kind of a loss. Well, I had a situation this last year where that's exactly what happened, and I could see it coming. That this corporation, and this is where having two corporations turned out to be kind of useful, was that the one corporation had really lost a little bit, but then I looked at it and it's like they lost a little bit the last 2 years. I don't really want to create a red flag situation, so I want to plan ahead for the problem I see coming. And what I did was I said, well, actually, at the end of the day, Salt and Light's going to be distributed. The licensing of Salt and Light will be done by Blended Planet Incorporated. Whereas my main commercial media business for all these years is Premier Media. So those are the two corporations. So I said, okay, Premier's actually shown that it's going to lose a little bit this year, but at the same time, I'm the employee of that company. So why don't we have Blended Planet contract with Premier Media for the media production of the show, Salt and Light, that it's going to license. So Blended Planet Incorporated owns the show, but the employee of Premier Media Design Incorporated is actually doing the work. So that makes sense. So Blended Planet needs to contract with Premier Media for a certain dollar amount, and because of that relationship, that dollar amount got transferred from one to the other. Now all of a sudden Premier Media is no longer showing a loss for this year, and Blended Planet Incorporated is. And that worked out fine. So now I don't have a problem. And it was a perfectly natural and moral and sensible thing to do, because it is in fact what's actually happening. Is Dave Weiss, who works for Premier Media Design Incorporated, is doing a whole bunch of animation work to create a show so that Blended Planet Incorporated can then license and try to profit from that show. Make sense? So that's a great example of how, just carefully being aware of your potential gain or loss situation can help you to mitigate tax problems or whatever. Okay, so it's just one example. Let's see, I want to put some of that detail line in here as well. So for you, if you do it properly and you set up payroll, then you're going to have to file a 941 every quarter, and you're also going to want to set something, up with the state of Illinois for unemployment. This is one of the, if there's anything about this whole thing that kind of is evil, it's the fact that I have to pay unemployment on myself as an employee, knowing full well that I'm never, ever, ever, ever going to lay myself off and actually be able to collect unemployment. Well, that's one of those things where we're trying to be a little more civic-minded. We say, well, the purpose of unemployment is actually to put money into a pool that everyone who might wind up unemployed can draw upon. It all goes in the pool. And the amount I pay in a whole year for unemployment is really small. I mean, it's probably less than $100. It's not very much at all. So for me, I'm not going to complain about that. I actually think it's a good idea. I think it should be a pool because there are a lot of people in the current situation, climate, who have lost their job. And I think for me to give a little bit to help out pay the unemployment of the poor suckers that lost their job, I think is a pretty small price for me to pay for the privilege of being able to do business and, you know, do what I do, right? So for me, I'm not going to complain about that. Come on, baby. I thought I had a fill tool invoked. Okay, so Inio-san, hey, how you doing, brother? Okay, so your tax from birth to death. Okay, got it. Okay, so I get it. I have friends that talk about writing off things all the time. Yeah, absolutely. Anything that you do in the way of doing business, even if it turns out to be a failed business, is a legitimate tax write-off. I mean, that's an expense of the company that you invoked in the process of trying to prosper. Maybe it went well and maybe it didn't, but the fact is you're trying. And so those expenses that go along with trying to run your business are just, well, they're costs of doing business. I'm basically hand painting a little bit of color into his beard because, again, he is 20 years younger in this shot. And so his hair is a little darker than it used to be later, which of course makes no sense. Okay, so let's give him an eye color. A lot of times what I'll do is actually use bright red so I can see what I'm doing, and then I'll go in and just change it to usually just a little bit darker than pure white. Sometimes a lot darker. Alright, so then I just go like this, and then pull that back a little bit, and there's your color. I see I got a little hiccup right there. Okay, so do you use an accountant? I already answered that. The answer is no. LOL and Social Security. Yeah, again, if you don't do the corporation thing, and then you have a really good year, all of a sudden you make $20,000-$30,000, you're gonna, and especially if you're spending it along the way on your living expenses and things, what you're gonna do is you're gonna get to the end of the year, file your taxes, and find out you owe the IRS like $8,000 in Social Security. The thing about Social Security is this: when a company pays you wages, the Social Security tax, basically roughly 15%, that is divided between you and the employer. The employer actually pays the half of it for you, whether you realize it or not. Okay? They match whatever gets taken out of your paycheck. Okay, a lot of people that complain about their employers don't realize, well, actually over and above my salary and everything else, they're actually incurring a tax burden just to allow me to work for them. Anyway, if you're a sole proprietor, you're responsible for the whole 15%. Now, if you're a corporation, again, as the employer of yourself, you're still responsible for all of it. So you're gonna withhold Social Security from your paycheck each month or whatever it is, and then you're also gonna match that. So the amount that you send the IRS each quarter is gonna be double what you've been withholding from the payroll check. Hope that makes sense. Okay, so don't be surprised when that happens. So if you're a sole proprietor, and the thing about it is there are no, the key point here is there are no deductions, there are no loopholes, there are no nothing. Social Security is, you are not going to get around paying Social Security. You can, there's all kinds of deductions against your income tax, but Social Security, you're going to pay it. So then the question as a corporation is, how do I mitigate the cost of Social Security tax? And the way you do it, as I described already, is you divvy the amount of money you're taking out of the corporation into 3 categories. There are other categories, but the 3 broad ones would be rent, dividend, and actual salary. And then you're only having to actually pay the Social Security, the 15%, on the portion of the money you take out of your corporation, which is actually payroll. That's why the IRS looks at that, and it's important to make sure you are, in fact, setting up payroll and paying yourself a salary. As I said, you can get away with it the first year or two. But if you go into year 3 or 4 and you're only taking out dividends, you're going to get a tap on the shoulder from the IRS saying, wait a second. If you're an employee of this company, why aren't you taking a salary and doing proper tax withholdings, and especially paying your Social Security taxes? It is what it is. And you don't want to get in that pickle, because if you get in that pickle, you're going to have a really big tax bill at the end of the first year that you do really well as a business. And you're going to go, oh my gosh, I'm going to be spending the rest of next year paying off last year's taxes. I tell you, I did it. I've done it. I've been through it. It sucks. Okay, so, whoa, a lot of comments here. If you're a company owner, you'll never collect SSI. If you work for several years on a job and you are not working, I expect to get unemployment since I paid into it. No, you could. I mean, it's true. If I wanted to, I could lay myself off. Hi, Maria. If I wanted to, I could lay myself off and collect unemployment. Absolutely, I could. I just don't feel like that's something I should do, because I'm doing okay, and there's a lot of people who aren't, so why would I want to do that? That's evil. Now, you want to talk about what's evil? That's evil. That's just gaming the system. Like the insurance, you pay a part of it, and then they pay the rest. Yeah, exactly. Okay, just talking today, maybe leaving my job soon, trying to find the right exit plan, so business as an artist. So getting back to living and working as an artist, that was what I was trying to tell you. If I was completely rebooting my life, that's what I would do. Is I would do 3 tiers of content for YouTube. I mean, this is probably what I do. There's a lot of things I could do, but this is probably certainly what I would try, because I think it'd be fun. I'd be creating shorts, short form, medium form, and long form content that acts together as a marketing funnel, where you're actually really proactively putting links and, setting up the Patreon, maybe developing some courses. Everything about that content is designed to create a marketing funnel so that you can serve your public the best you can. That's the whole point. The whole point is you're trying to be the best servant of your community, of your peeps, that you can be. And so there you go. And then, so that's what you do. All right, so in this scene, Golek was wearing green. I do believe. Yes, he was. Okay, so I need actually 3 shades of green. 3 or 2? I guess just 2. All right, so let's just keep this simple. We'll change the colors here in half a second. So boom, boom. And then let's go up here. Same situation. Yeah, the corporate taxes are really not hard to do. It isn't a bad idea to have an accountant do it once so that you can just look at what they did and sort of, oh, okay, I get it. I see what they did there, right? That's what'll happen. It's just not that tough. The main problem with most things about business is people are intimidated by it, and they assume it's hard to understand or whatever, and it's just not. It's not at all, really. Okay, so we want to lighten him up just a skoosh on his outlines. And not sure I'm loving the color scheme here, but I'm looking on the other screen, and Vegas seems to be being a little bit choky. So yeah, I was not talking about you. I was referring to the process in general. You need multiple streams of income. Right, and I don't know if that comment means that I'm talking too much about my own situation. That's all I can speak from. I'm speaking from how I've done things for 30 years. I think I was a sole proprietor for 3 years. And then the 3rd year, I started doing better, and then I got killed on the Social Security. You need multiple streams of income. Yeah, I think so. If you're gonna develop your artistry, using YouTube as kind of maybe your main platform, obviously in conjunction with the other popular platforms, then you do. And you know what? I can tell you that that's a good thing. A lot of people look at business as you're trying to go make your million, or you're trying to build out this really big income. You know, you're trying to make your million or whatever. And what I've found is having lots of clients that only pay me a small amount of money has proven to be much more stable actually over the years, because you'd have to have, I'd have to have 100 people fire me on the same day in order for any changes in the economy or whatever to actually affect me much. So when the 2008 crash happened, I didn't even notice. So, that's one of the benefits of having lots of small customers. And I think YouTube and whatnot is conducive to that, right? Because if you sell a course for, $39.99, or I don't know what the prices are for courses nowadays. Like Darren's course, I don't know what he charges for that. But if you're going to do that, this should be 14, B key. Okay, I'm actually going to save my work and test something. I found out yesterday that even once you've created a vector level, if you go ahead and touch the screen in auto close, auto group, auto fill mode, you'll still blow up Tahoma. What I'm not sure about is if that's only if I go here and I'm auto creating, boop, gone. Okay. So the question is, what if you've already created the cell and then you do that? Will it still blow up? I suspect it will, but I want to find out. Yeah, and by the way, the truth is that the income's been pretty flat for most of that 30 years. Once I got it built up the first few years, it's been pretty flat, and that's why I've been able to try a lot of different things, like filmmaking. And I did some things smart, in terms of how I structured what I do in such a way as to optimize the value of the client to the client while minimizing the time that I have to give to it. That's something I've tried really hard to do. Okay, so now what I'm saying here is, what if I have a level already, and now I'm just adding another shape to it? So I hit the B key, and as you can see, if I add a shape here, everything's fine. Now what happens if I just click? Yep, so you never want to do that in auto close mode. All right, so that's why I saved my work, just to make sure, so I could test that. You need 101K people to make a great living. Well, yeah, I don't know what your demands are. I think, whoops. Or I don't know what the cost of living is in Chicago. I'm kind of lucky in the sense that the cost of living in Fort Wayne is quite low. Really. We live in a very eclectic neighborhood on the south side. Okay. So there's lots of black people, there's lots of Asian people, there's lots of gay people. That's the part of town we live in. And so probably my home would be worth at least half again more on the north side, but almost any other city I've ever looked at, my house would cost 3 or 4 times as much as it cost me. And then basically, because the housing market is in a bubble right now, the apparent value of the home is almost twice what I paid for it. But I don't believe that. I think if you actually tried to sell it, I don't think you'd get that. And plus, that's going to change. This bubble's going to burst. And of course, that'll be temporary, and that's fine. In fact, it should burst. It is ridiculously inflated right now because of the way the banks are overly liquid. They've got too much cash, and they're trying to move collateral around. Hence mortgage-backed securities and blah blah blah. So I'm not an expert on it all, but I pretty much understand a lot of it. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, and actually what happened, Amar, was all through the 90s and 2000s, I effectively worked half time. I would work half-time, then so that my wife could go ride horses, because she was a trainer. We weren't owning $1 million Arabians or anything. I mean, she would teach and train. She's a very good horseman. And that would be my ex-wife. We divorced about 8 years ago. And but that is something I'm kind of proud of, is all the time that the kids were growing up, I was really involved. I would help coach basketball. I would, I was a halftime dad. In fact, when Kyle was born, because he came 10 years later than the other two, I basically was the one who spent all the time with him when he was a baby, the first however many months of his life, just, give him his bath or, whatever, you name it. I remember, I was always really involved. So, now, admittedly, for a lot of people, that's not possible. I think it's really one of the tragedies of our economic situation, I guess. I don't know how else to put it. Is how much people do have to work and have multiple jobs just to get by. And it's no wonder people are stressed out. It truly is no wonder. Because it's tough. It is really tough when you feel like you're trapped in a situation. For me, the good news is, believe me, I've felt that way. But it hasn't happened. It's been many years. That I'm very thankful for. It's been a long time since I've actually had to really worry about the wolf at the door, right? But I know what that feels like, believe me. And it is not fun. Not at all. The wolf at the door is a mean sucker. Okay. All right. I already determined that I need 100 to 1,000 of people to make good living. So, hey, Arminate Archives, been watching the channel for a while. Finally been able to catch a stream. How's it going? Well, I'm going ahead and when I talked to the community here last week, I was kind of entertaining the idea of doing fewer live streams and maybe focusing more on short form content. And a number of people said, hey, I really like the animation Truman Show where we're just watching you do the work. So if people like it, people like it. I got to render this and check it in the show. So I'm like, as long as I don't get too sidetracked, like I'm having quite a discussion with Amar about business stuff, but it's not keeping me from getting the work done. So I'm okay with it, right? Okay, this is looking pretty good. Yes, that looks fine. Okay, so I'm allowing myself to go ahead and do the animation Truman Show. In fact, I actually called the live stream that today in order to be very clear about what I intend to do. This was a little too saturated, I think. And we got to give Golek his lip sync as well. Now, it could be argued in this case that it would make more sense to go ahead and just put his lip sync on the outer layer instead of in the nested, because then I can make sure the timing matches the rest of the shot correctly. So File, Save All, take a drink of my tasty beverage, which is just water. So how's it going? Since I know there's a couple new people here, I will reiterate what I'm doing going forward. So you're going to need 14 to 2K currently. I assume that means per month, and that's, for a lot of people, that's kind of probably the magic number. I mean, I think for Kyle, his business is starting to pick up. He is on a path very similar to what I experienced in 1991. Eerily similar, and that's because I kind of taught him, some things about. We have a lot of talks about business and life and blah blah blah. But the thing I, did was help him get up and running with a business doing web development, and now he's expanding into digital signage, which I think is a really good move. I think it's a huge, massive business opportunity right now, is digital signage. If you're a media creator. Okay, so what I am going to do here is, so what I was going to say is that I am going to keep doing the Truman Show of animation. I'm not going to guarantee. It'll probably be more impromptu where I go, yeah, I kind of feel like doing it today, so I just turn on the live stream. I'm not going to kill myself trying to do a scheduled thing, although I may do a scheduled live stream like I've been talking about that's not the Truman Show, that is more like the last one I did where we kind of get into some really interesting and challenging topics. And that's fun, you know. So here we go. So he bows down. Oh, yeah. So he, right about here, Golik's going to say, well, well. So I'm going to do this as a vector level. And I suppose I do need to put just his mouth in there closed before so I guess what we'll do is we'll just put a shape like that. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry guys, it's allergy season. I hate it. Basically from September through to the first frost is always yuck. Okay. So now what I'm going to actually do here is I'm going to have him curl into a smile. So I need to see what Valner's doing. So Valner, Asher, boom. Yeah, so this is about the right spot. All right, so what we'll do is we'll auto create and we'll do a sort of a neutral for 2 frames, and then we'll allow that to curl into sort of a bit of a sneery smile. And then he's going to say, well, and I'm not having him open his mouth really big for a reason. I'm just going to, this is subtle. Okay. Okay, so one of my plans was to also build, as part of our business, dig into the auto-generated custom NFTs. Yeah, that's a whole nother topic. I mean, I think Amar's talking about non-fungible assets or non-fungible. The idea is that I take the simple expression of the idea of an NFT is what I actually did years ago when Bitcoin first came around. One of the great regrets of my life is I didn't spend $2,000 on Bitcoin when I could have in 2015 for about $200. That would have turned into $600,000. There you go. But what I did do back then was I would create a document that was a draft of a script for a movie where I wanted to copyright it, but I didn't want to pay the $40 to the copyright office. So it's like, how do I copyright this? How do I guarantee my ownership of it? Well, what you would do is you would run a software operation that would generate a hash from the file of the document. And the hash is pretty much a number that's guaranteed to be universally unique. Like, it would take trillions and trillions of other documents to ever come up with any file that has the same hash. So that hash is demonstrably and provably unique. And then I would actually, for the cost of essentially 1 penny, I would store that hex value on the Bitcoin blockchain. And that essentially made that document non-fungible, meaning that I had a way to prove that I was the owner. Because I could go back and say, no, there's a transaction. That was my transaction on the Bitcoin blockchain. It's a hash. And by the way, when I put it on the blockchain, I also uploaded it to my Google Drive with a memo that's, again, dated to a certain day where I said, this is what I did. You know, so I created an evidence trail digitally that was pretty strong, right? To where now, of course, nobody ever tried to steal any of my scripts or anything like that. But, you know, you want to protect yourself. So that's effectively what an NFT is. And right now, everybody's all Twitter-pated about it like it's a great thing for 2 reasons. Number one, they've just discovered something that's been readily available for 10 years. And number 2, somebody out there, a few people, have created NFTs of works of art that are just like stupid little icons of a cat or something, and they've been paid millions of dollars for it. So somebody made $1 zillion on an NFT, so now the whole world's Twitter pated about NFTs, and I'm sitting here going, yeah, you know, you guys, it's been available forever. So what's new is not NFTs. That's not new at all. The idea is old. What's new is the fact that somebody made a bunch of money from it in a fluke manner that you probably will not be able to reproduce. Now, as far as protecting your intellectual property, it's a very valuable mechanism. Very valuable mechanism. Okay, so if I think if I worked full-time on that for 2-3 months, I could create it as a vehicle and then market that. Well, you let me know if you do. Let me know if you turn NFTs into something that's making money for you. I would love to hear about it and hear how you did it. My sense is that you're okay. If I work full time on that for 2 or 3 months, I could create that as a vehicle and then market that as a creating course. Needing bills and medical insurance is what's prompting the renewed job search for me. Right. Okay, I'm sorry, Arnament Archives. I missed your question. So I'll answer that now. Tahoma, is it possible to copy and paste drawings or frames between scenes, similar to how you can in Blender? Cut and paste, kind of, but not really. What you can do is two things. You can draw something in some other program, anything that you can cut to the Windows clipboard, and then you can paste it into Tahoma and it becomes a standard raster level. So that's quite useful. I use Krita that way. I'll create something in Krita and then just cut and paste it into Tahoma. And then when I save my Tahoma file, that image will get saved in the extras folder. Using that technique, I've been able to take shots that I did in Krita and in the space of about 10 minutes, port the scene from Krita to Tahoma 2D. It only takes about 10 minutes just copying over each of the levels and the animated keyframes, and you can reproduce, which for me has been kind of a win. The other thing you can do is you can certainly take a TLV level that you've created in another scene in Tahoma 2D or Opentoonz. So you take a TLV level, which is a smart raster level, and you just drag and drop it into a column in another scene, and you can do it that way. And in that sense, I share and reuse levels between multiple scenes. There's a gotcha. Here's what the gotcha is. If you're going to do that, if I was going to take this level that's got these mouth shapes and reuse it in another scene, make sure in the new scene that you only add new images to the end of the line. Don't go in and change these for your new scene, because if you do, you will break the earlier scene because this is being referenced off of the hard drive, right? So if you change these images that came from another shot that is a good shot, and then you save it, you've just saved the changes, and when you reopen the other shot, it's ruined, and you have choices you have to make, right? So that's just a little bit of a gotcha. All right, so. I believe that he says, what brings you here? Okay. What brings you here? And we're doing this anime style. What? I think I'll do it this way. Boo. Whoops. Again, we're not trying to do phonemes here, really. And now what I think I want to do is do one that's a little bit bigger. So that I can then take the one that's a little bit smaller, put it there. And what brings you here? Okay, so this is going to be this, and we're going to go ahead and stretch this longer, and then let him close his mouth. That should be pretty close. Okay, so he says, sure. Well. Why What brings you here? Okay, not bad, not bad. Pretty happy with it. Not sure of the timing. He says Asher. Okay, this I feel like probably wants to start a little earlier. And then I saw one little hiccup. Well. Yeah, right there. You can see that hiccup. I found out what to do about it though. So the reason for the hiccup is you create if you have a column or a sequence of drawings and then you create a new drawing in the middle of it, then what happens is the immediate frame afterwards gets turned into whatever was the previous one that enclosed it. And I think the fix for that is you actually create a selection of frames before you create the new one. I don't know if I've got that quite right, but I think that might be what you do. All right, let me look at this. Yep, that's the correct frame, so I'm going to hit Control X. When you hit Control X, it ripple edits. It closes the space from what you cut out. If you don't hit Control X, if you hit delete, it doesn't work. Okay, this should not be 5. Should it be 5? Yeah, it should be. Oh, there it is. Okay. 6, 5, 7, 8, 7, 7, 7. So this is wrong. Oh, no, it isn't. What brings you here? Yep, there it is. That's correct. Okay, and so now I would say the overall thing needs to be stretched out. And I think that did the trick. Let's go ahead and render this shot and see what it looks like in the show. Okay, Amar's got a bunch of comments, so I think if I work full-time on them, I think it would be a great source of income that require minimum promotion, create an income stream. The only work is mostly, and the maintenance can be done quarterly. By the way, actually, you just made me think of something, Amber. There's something I wanted to do recently that I was thinking about doing as an adjunct to my channel, which is, if you guys recall, a long time ago, I did occasional videos that I called Life Lessons for Creative People. Okay, so one thing I thought about doing, if you guys will give me about 30 seconds, there's a book I want to go grab. Okay, so I'll be right back. Okay, so this is a teaser for something I was thinking about doing. So this book here, this is a book called Anything You Want. Very, very short book. It's a business book. Okay, so what is this book? Okay, so this book was written by a guy named Derek Sivers. Okay, I gotta check my shot here. Not bad, not bad. I'm actually thinking I want to clamp down his outlines a little bit. I feel like he's a little too light, actually. So back in the 1990s, the late 90s, I think around 98, Derek Sivers started a company, and the company was called CD Baby. Okay, and what was CD Baby? CD Baby was actually him just coming up with a way to be able to sell a CD he had created of his own music, sell it online. And then in a relatively short period of time, you know, friends were like, hey, can you sell my CD too? Yada, yada, yada. And long story short is, over the course of 10 years, CD Baby became one of the definitive ways to get your music out, not only in distribution, but also in all the digital platforms. Whether it be iTunes. Back then, of course, it was Rhapsody and Napster and things like that. But later, of course, it was Spotify as well. So he basically sold this little company that he started in the 90s. In, I think, 2008, sold it to disc makers for $20 million. And Derek's a neat guy. I mean, he actually took most of the money from selling his own company and donated it into a foundation supporting music education. So he's a really, really interesting guy with a real clear sort of moral compass about like what he's about. The reason I mentioned it is there's a chapter in this book that talks about business ideas as a multiplier. So now I'm gonna share this with you guys, and I will tell you that I contacted Derek and I said, hey dude, I'm thinking about like reading a chapter from this book on my channel, and then maybe I should like provide an affiliate link where people could buy the book or something, like And Derek emails me back and he says, well, actually, I just wrote a book that I think's the best thing I've ever written. Why don't you read that book instead of a book that's 10 years old? So I'm like, okay. And he sent me a free download of the as yet unreleased new book. So if that's of interest to you guys, maybe I will read 2 chapters from Derek Sivers' latest book of kind of life wisdom. And if you're interested in the book, you can get a copy. So anyway, but your idea about NFTs made me want to read this chapter, okay? So this is literally a 1-page chapter. It's very, very short. Okay, ideas are just a multiplier of execution. Okay, so I'll switch to this view for a very short time just to read this chapter from the book. Ideas are just a multiplier of execution. It's so funny when I hear people being so protective of ideas, especially people who want me to sign a non-disclosure agreement before they tell me about the simplest idea. To me, ideas are worth nothing unless they are executed. They are just a multiplier. Execution is worth millions. Okay, so his explanation of that is right here. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see it. It might be out of focus. So what it says is that an awful idea is worth -1. A weak idea is worth 1. A so-so idea is worth 5. A good idea is worth 10. A great idea is worth 15. And a brilliant idea is worth 20. Okay, so now here's the multiplier. No execution, $1. Weak execution, $1,000. So-so execution, $10,000. Good execution, $100,000. Great execution, $1 million. Brilliant execution, $10 million. To make a business, you need to multiply the 2 components. The most brilliant idea with no execution is worth $20. The most brilliant idea takes great execution to be worth $20 million. That's why I don't want to hear people's ideas. I'm not interested until I see their execution. Ooh, spank me. This book is chock full of that type of wisdom learned from the trenches of running a what turned into a multi-million-dollar business. And as I say, Derek's a really neat guy. He's got a very different angle on life and business than most people do. So that's why I say almost a little bit snarkily, you let me know how that NFT thing goes, because my suspicion is that even if you execute, I suspect you're going to find out that you're late to the party, but I could be wrong. It could wind up being a really butt-kicking thing for you. So let me know how it goes, man. Very curious. Okay, I think we need a gradient. I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry, guys. Boom, 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 boom. So I think we need a gradient and a body highlight. And by the way, the takeaway from that chapter of the book is not to ever cast aspersions or disdain on anyone's idea. That's not the point. The point is for me to examine myself, and because I'm an artsy-fartsy guy, I shift gears mentally all the time. How am I doing on my execution? I think what I learned this last week, I'm going to create a gradient, by the way. What I learned this last week creating a short animation, which it didn't exactly blow up. I should make another one where I should make another one where the animation is like me looking at that video on YouTube. I'm going, oh man, it's blowing. People are loving this, man. I'm getting subscribed. It's like 100 views next day, 200 views, third day. Wait, 220, fourth day, 223. What's going on here? Like it didn't blow up. It did better than average immediately, but it didn't blow up. But what I learned was that I think it would be definitely possible to build my audience by just doing more of that type of thing. People really like it. You know, I like it. It's the type of thing I like to see. So, so nothing means anything until I execute with that idea. Until then, it's all just talk. Lord knows I've done enough of that in my lifetime. All right, so yeah, at least I can say that about Salt and Light. I am tenaciously executing. I'm determined to do the same. And that's why, as far as after all about the last week or so of sort of soul searching and again trying a little different things here on YouTube, what I've arrived at is, no, I'm not going to try to develop my channel in that way. I'm not going to do a bunch of shorts, although I'll probably do some. Here's what I'm going to do. This is my plan. Hey, Ashnan, I'm glad to see you here, brother. What I'm going to do is, priority number one, is I am going to charge through and complete Salt and Light Episode 1. Top priority. Number 2, my actual time allocation is going to be divided between executing on Salt and Light and learning. In other words, I'm going to take like maybe an anime that I think has stylistic similarities to what I'm trying to do and literally copy a scene. Try to reproduce their look, their animation, their aesthetic, their characterization as closely as I can. Because it's the same principle I've learned over and over in music. Like if you're a guitar player, you will improve by practicing scales, okay? But you'll improve your coordination, your speed, you'll improve all that, but you won't become a better player really. What'll make you a better player is learning songs, because when you learn songs, you actually have to reproduce what the marketplace has said it wants to hear. And then you also now know a song that you can play, you know, on demand or whatever, right? So I kind of learned that over and over. It's the same thing with animation is I'm like, if I want to improve, the best way to improve is copy what's good, okay? And so I'm going to try to marry those two a little bit by choosing scenes to copy that have components or elements that are kind of similar to the current Salt and Light scene that I'm working on, right? So Max is right. Imitate the best until you get constant results. So I still have room for improvement, so why not improve? And my feeling is if I give roughly equal time to learning, and the same thing's going to happen in the music department. When I'm ready to score this show, I know I'm going to want to go back and just reboot that part of my life because I haven't done a lot of scoring in a while. The last thing I did was actually the theme song for Salt and Light. But if I divide the two, I thought, well, that solves a lot of problems for me because the copying thing lends itself really well to creating a speed paint, which is short form content that is kind of like what Ed Tadeo does, where it's actually a scene from, you know, pick your favorite show, you know, Naruto or whatever. So it's going to have some appeal right out of the gate, and it's going to lend itself well to giving the people that follow my channel what they want to see. Okay, so now it improves my show, it improves me, it improves your life as my viewers. So I'm like, okay, that's a double win. Let's do that. So that's my direction going forward. And my thinking is, and this is basically final answer, you know, okay? Final answer is I'm going to wait on doing any crowdfunding until Salt and Light Episode 1 is on the street. I'm going to allow that show to get a little bit of street cred and then try to build on that to underwrite the entire rest of the series, which really makes sense because, again, I am typically only able to spend a couple hours a day on this thing. So it may stretch out a little longer today since I'm doing a little bit of blabbing. Okay, so F3. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the FX schematic. And what we want to do here is if you're trying to add a gradient to your scene, here's how you do it. Number one, put it in preview mode like that so it's rendered. And now what I want to do is I want to take this column, which is my overlay, and I'm going to add a plugin that is going to be an layered blending INO, and I tend to favor overlay. Okay, but what I want to do is I actually want to send this straight to the output, not to the scene. And then it's going to be the entire rest of the scene that becomes the background. And as you can see, what that does is it adds a very nice enhancement, a vignette that also at the same time doesn't just darken but also saturates the colors a little bit. And if we look at the settings here, we can dial it up and down and kind of see how much we want to add in. Usually it tends to seem to want to be around the halfway mark with an overlay. Not too bad. Okay, so now there's more. There's more, people. Because I did say that I wanted to do a body highlight. Now this is an interesting bit of a conundrum. Because what I want to do is I want to add the body highlight to the characters. I don't think I need to add it to the throne. Okay? But the characters are all in different levels, and I don't want to have to add the plugin 3 different times. So what I've got is column 3, 5, and 6. So let's just separate these guys out. There's 3. There's 5. There's 6. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just combine these. The ordering needs to be 6 on top, followed by 5, followed by 3. So let's just reverse these so that visually it actually matches what we're trying to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to go insert effects, very simple, layer blending over. Okay, and then the over effect lets you add as many additional levels as you want, like that. And now everything looks the same because they're stacked here in the same order. If I actually made this order different, you see what just happened, okay? So that's what you don't want to do. You want the stacking order here to actually match the stacking order that you, well, typically it would match the stacking order of the actual scene. Now we actually have a problem here. A very interesting problem I hadn't considered, which is Golek really should not be in front of the throne. But the throne is baked into a sub-scene with the background. Okay, so I want to stop right now and address that. Okay, so what that means is I need to explode this sub-scene. Okay? This we can leave. This we need to explode. Okay? Because I really need to put the throne and its overlay in front of Golek. At least I'm pretty sure I do. So I'm going to grab these 2 levels and we'll see if it works doing it in the most simple way, which would be just drag it in front of Golek. Okay, and it looks like it doesn't, and the reason it doesn't is because of the over effect. So this is actually quite a problem. The reason it's a problem is if I go ahead and factor the throne into this stack, then of course it's going to be affected by the body highlight effect. My thinking is, okay, who cares? Let's go ahead and try it that way. All right, let me check one thing here real quick. Let's try it and see if it does harm. All right, because we can always turn down the overlay on column 4. So let's take column 4. And what we need to do here is ungroup this. So when you explode the subscene, it still remains a group in the schematic, as you can see. So what we're wanting to do is take this and make it number 3, and then we want to make Golek number 4. Okay, that's really what we wanted. Boy, doesn't that suggest, however, that maybe there should be some shadowing on Golek? Well, let's deal with one problem at a time. So now we're going to add the light body highlight effect. Okay, and if we're going to do a highlight, if we're going to actually do a highlight, clearly the directionality is completely wrong. The X should probably be -10 maybe. I think that's even too much. Let's go like -7. Okay, and let's make the Y, instead of 22, let's make it like 10. I just want this to be the tiniest rim light. And let's ramp up the transparency. Yeah, probably something like that looks pretty good. Now, are we going to do 2 of them? And it doesn't seem to be doing any harm to the throne. So we'll leave the throne as it is. Okay, insert the effects, light, body highlight again. Now this time, we're going to do it completely differently. We're going to make it inverted. And we're going to change the color to black. And now we're going to go kind of similar here. What did I do? Like 7? Okay, but this, I'm thinking I want to do, let's do 32 and see how that feels. Okay, and now let's, again, ramp up the transparency. So all we're trying to do is just give a little bit of dimensionality. There's without it. There's with it. That's pretty good. It does tell me, though, however, that I think I want the actual rim light to be a little more aggressive. That feels pretty good. That feels pretty good to me. Okay, let's cut that into the show and see what we have. All right, Control-Shift-R. And then we'll jump back over here, and now I'm going to take a moment. You may work all you want and copy all you want and get half-assed results. Yeah, but that's not a useful. Wait a minute. Maybe that's a response to something Amar said. I don't know. Those tend to be the type of cartoons I like and what I would like to see my content rendered as. It's something I don't see on YouTube. Everyone tends to do anime or some other type of animation, cut out or limited. So Max says you may work all you want and copy all you want and get half-assed results. Okay, I don't see how that. How is that comment useful though? If as far as I'm concerned, a lifetime of experience tells me that the best way to learn, you can accelerate your process through education. Okay, either school or self-study, whatever. But in terms of a craft, what I've found over and over and over and over is that if you don't necessarily have to copy great work, but you do need to deconstruct great work. You have to specifically identify what is it about it that's great and know what the parameters are so that you can then fold that into your own work. All right? That is the best way to learn and or improve. So I'm not sure how the comment you might copy all you want and get half-assed results. I don't see how that's a helpful comment. Yes, you might, but yet we're talking about a methodology that is the best possible in terms of the greatest chances of actually causing improvement. The way you could make it really good is to do the copying, do this process that we're talking about, and then invoke the education component back into it by having someone objective evaluate how you did. And then at that point you need to be humble, and when they tell you, well, it still kind of sucks, you need to really listen and then ask yourself why. What went wrong here, and then what am I going to do different next time? Okay, so Maria says, I have a YouTube channel. Right now I only use it to share my seasonal e-cards. Right, okay. I'm mulling over doing some shorts myself and opening things up. I'm not as accomplished. If you want to improve, get feedback for what you're doing. So Max added to his earlier comment the exact same thing I just said. So that's completely right, Max, exactly. So as most people who do this, but the worst that can happen is nothing. That's exactly right. The worst that can happen is nothing. Okay, so the thing, and actually this just came up in a conversation with Kyle, the thing that you don't want to do is get an idea and then jettison everything in your life that's kind of sort of keeping you okay on the gamble that this new thing is going to be the thing that just like, you know, takes you to your pot of gold on the other side of the rainbow. Don't be stupid. All right? You can do these things incrementally. You can make changes incrementally. I found out last week that if I do an animated short pencil test, I will get views. I will expand my audience. And if I wanted to immediately start building on that, I could, and I'm very confident it would work. As I've stepped back, I've said, yep, that is a great idea, but it's not the right idea for me right now. The right idea is to charge through and get the first episode of my show on out in the world. Get it on the street. That's priority one. These other things will all keep. It's never too late to start. It really is not. There's always opportunities at all times. So, by the way, Dave, I'm playing with your vector type color fill to maintain the pencil sketch line work. I'm liking what's happening. Cool. 11-second club is a good mechanism for that. The 11-second club and things like it are a very good way for lots of creative people. What it does is it gives you boundaries. It gives you boundaries and limits. Because you're sitting here, I've got all the creative possibilities in the universe open to me. Well, that's pretty overwhelming. As I've said before, one of my sayings is, the blank page is hard. Criticizing shit's easy. So the idea is to give yourself some boundaries so that you actually do something, and now you've got something to fix. So a lot of times your approach is kind of what I'm doing here today, which is you do something knowing darn well you're going to go back and redo it or fix it later. That's okay. It's okay to work in drafts. Think of it as a series of drafts. The idea is to learn. The question is, what are you doing to learn? What's informing your revision process so that you're actually developing some craft along the way. Feedback is good, but completion is more important. Well, yeah, only in the sense, if you think of it in terms of completion means getting it right, then I think I disagree with you. It'd be better to do something, as Max says, half-assed. But if it was kind of sort of the best you could do within the time frame you had to do it with your current level of ability, then it would be better to call it complete, even though it's not as good as it's going to be. It would be better. In fact, it would actually not be a horrible idea. Like Amar, if, for example, if you said, okay, I'm going to do a cartoon, and I'm going to get some critique on it, but I'm going to give myself literally 1 minute to do it. Okay? So now, what you're going to get is a visceral expression of the very best thing that you happen to be able to do in real time. It would be very interesting to see what people criticize about that. They don't know it took you 1 minute. For as far as they're concerned, maybe it took you an hour. Doesn't matter. It's good that they don't know, because then they're going to evaluate it just on the merit of what they see. Now you're going to get an honest evaluation of where you're really at. In reality, you must finish it, and then you look back and learn great. So again, I qualify that with you finish it to the best of your ability right now, and then through critique, you learn some things, you get some fresh ideas, and you go back and you try again. That's a good thing to do. That will improve you. Okay, I'll see about that as I learn more about the club. I may not be in their league to actually compete. Maria, don't say things like that. Just do the best you can. It's like Darren with his little monster. Darren's monster is a very good character. Very good. Just as good of a character as anything I have in my show. It's just as good of a character. And for Darren's level of drawing ability and, whatever, it's actually a really appropriate, very modern-looking idea that could go hog wild. He could do a lot with it. He can't do what I'm doing. But you know what? I don't think I can necessarily do what he's doing either. Maybe I can. But you know what I'm saying? It's like to each his own, and there's a place for everybody at the party, in my opinion. Competitions are great, but for indie creators or people that focus on competitions or winning prizes may give you a bit of recognition of your name. I'm referring to complete as it's the best I could do for now. Well, if that's what complete means, then I agree with you. Richard Williams solved that problem by hiring the best animators he could. Right, exactly. That's right. He had Ken Harris there telling him everything he was doing wrong, and of course he was in a position to do that. But at the same time, I'm sure it was quite a big risk for him too, because Richard Williams, it's not like the guy was rolling in the dough. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but anyway, let's take a look at what we have here so we can keep moving forward. Now that looks great. That's a good shot. I even like, I think I like the noise. Uh-oh, Golik disappeared. What happened? Oh, it's probably got something to do with the pegs. Let's see here. Okay, so now we have to look at this, and my assumption would be it's because it's on the bottom of the stack. Oops, that's not what I meant to do right there. Okay, let's find... Oh, right. Yes. We need to split this up as well. I'm pretty sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert another level, and I need to think about this. I'm going to do a little bit of I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry, guys. Do a little due diligence here. So what happened was, when I'm looking at this playing back, when I get to here, it just cuts to a close-up of Golik, but for some reason Golik disappeared. So I want to just do a couple things here to be careful. Let's resequence it. First of all, make sure that what's in the sub-scene is being accurately reflected in the the outer scene. Okay, so now what I want to do is, and by the way, this change takes place on frame 41, so now I'm going to go down into it. Well, this is life in the big city, you know, it's just problem solving. All right, here, okay, so it's just a different drawing. So as far as the world is concerned, nothing's changed in this column, so I don't actually think this column is the problem. Here's his mouth. So I think it's got something to do with these. The ordering is being affected by the plugin. And so let's see here. This is a little complex. So there's a few ways we could skin this rabbit. Fairly morbid way of describing it, but okay, so they've done that. This well-known story and approach. Richard took his main animators, including artists, get done for. Very true, Dave. There's a place. Thanks for the encouragement. Absolutely. I want you, Maria, to. I want you to know that you have permission to try. Okay? This is what I tell my kid. This is what I tell myself. You have permission to try. Do not judge yourself. Oh my God. At the very least, please do not judge yourself prematurely. Don't judge yourself in advance. And by the way, think of the psychology of that. The only reason someone judges themselves in advance actually is because they're afraid. They're afraid they're going to be judged. They're afraid they're going to be shamed. They're afraid they're going to fail. I get it. You're afraid. That's okay. The difference between, I think it can truly be said, because we all spend all 24 hours we have in the day. We all spend them. The billionaire down the road has 24 hours. The poor homeless guy on the corner has 24 hours. They all do something with all 24 hours. They do different things. Okay? You can talk about fate. You can talk about advantages. You can talk about possibilities. But at the end of the day, everybody does something with all 24 hours of their day. So if you really want to just get back, get rid of your arrogance, which I am prone to, get rid of your excuses, which I'm also prone to. So get rid of the positives and then get rid of everything. All we want is clinical data. The clinical data question is this. What does the poor guy do, or the untalented guy do, that the successful or the talented guy doesn't do? What do they do differently with their time? They've done that in film, comics, and just about every creative endeavor. It means you hire the best people to admire. Well, yeah, but the problem is that's not an actionable angle for you. The closest you can come to actionizing that idea, if you're looking at it as an idea, or looking at it as something, well, that's what Richard Williams did, so that's the thing to do. Okay, fine. If you're looking at it that way, then the question is, how are you going to do it? What are you going to do? Go. Up. No plan. Well, if there's a problem, it's probably because there's no money to pay these people. Okay, I get it. So the closest way you can actionize what Richard Williams did would be to go find people in your community group on Discord or whatever, and basically coalesce them into a team and say, hey, we're gonna do this thing because we can all learn from each other. It's this wonderful community thing. It's really great. It's gonna be so great. Okay? Then here's what's gonna happen. Number one, you're going to have a hard time making it happen. Why? Because the people in your little group that are actually talented are busy. They've got stuff they're doing. They don't want to stop and give a lot of time to coaching all the people who 9 out of 10 of them are going to take everything they tell them, not follow their advice, not learn, not be disciplined. In fact, those people that aren't are going to come back and give him all the excuses why what they said won't work. And the person who's actually got some skill and talent is going to go, why the hell am I wasting my time here? That's what actually happens in the real world most of the time. Once people actually get good, what they do is they exit their current peer group of people that are at that lesser level of accomplishment, and they move into a higher peer level. So they move out of that group into a group where there's more opportunity, more real world opportunity, because they're approaching the level of skill that the real world demands, right? Okay, so I get that. I was just responding to Max's comment above mine. Fair enough. So I may have said too much. But I hope the lesson is taken. All of these ideas, there's so many ideas that we have, and it's easy to share them here. I've done it obviously myself plenty of times. Then the question always has to become, okay, fine. How are you going to execute? kind of getting back to Derek Sivers' book. Okay, what's the execution plan? Usually in a group setting, I tell you the truth, being pretty candid here, in a group setting, what I've usually found is that when you start talking about the action plan for anything, what happens is people start coming out of the woodwork telling you why it won't work. That's what happens. Because there are social dividends to posting something where you can kind of feel like you sort of know what you're talking about. Okay, and this isn't directed at any of you guys. I'm saying I've analyzed myself, and just in psychology, I just think this is what people do, right? You're in a group where maybe you're one of those guys that's kind of afraid to try, and maybe who isn't following best practices in terms of how you improve yourself. Well, what do you do? What do you do with your time? Well, maybe you're out on Discord and you get involved in one of these discussions, and when somebody starts getting past the ideas into execution plan, then you weigh in with all the reasons why it won't work, as if you knew what you're talking about, right? And sometimes people can fool the people around them into thinking they do know what they're talking about. It's actually not that hard. So my problem right now is I'm kind of wondering why Golik disappeared. Again, this isn't directed at any of you guys. It's not directed at you, Amar. I'm saying this is what I've seen over and over people do. I saw it back in the 90s when I was trying to put together a team thing to create a CGI animated thing with Blender, in the Blender community. You immediately begin to see all the things that go wrong with that type of a community-oriented plan. It's sad because you would think it would work, and it actually almost never does. Okay, so I think what we're going to have to do here is go ahead and reproduce the plugins, because I just don't want to spend all day thinking around with this. Or, actually, no. You know what I could do? I got a better idea. I can now take column 4 and add it here and put the throne here. And look at that. If he's in there, he disappears. Excuse me. Doggone it. So I'm just going to do this the easy way. I'm going to hard code it. I hate to do it, but I'm going to go Control C, grab this, and hit Control V. And I'm going to grab this, Control C, click here, Control V. There you go. So I've basically baked the effects into the level, just because I just don't want to keep fiddling with it forever. Okay, so now some people may have critical views of some of the things I've said in the last few minutes, and so I want to read those and give those a chance for sure. This is the best case scenario for all creative people. What they would love to do would be hiring somebody to be your personal coach. And I've said, my niche on YouTube right now, doing what I'm doing here now on YouTube, not dovetailing towards more short form content. Okay, but if I just keep live streaming, if I really wanted to monetize myself, what I do on YouTube, the very best thing I could do if I wanted to monetize would actually say, okay, you guys, any one of you guys that want to line up and pay me $500 a month, maybe just for 3 months, maybe for a limited period of time, maybe just for 1 month. Okay, well, maybe the price is going to be a little higher if it's 1 month. Okay, but for this 1 month, I'm your personal coach. I'm not gonna pull any punches. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I think about everything you're doing, and I'm going to steer you, as I've been doing obviously with my son, whose business is taking off. I'm going to steer you as best I can to what you're telling me, and I'm going to believe you. Whatever you tell me, I'm going to trust that you're telling me the truth, what you really want to do. What is it you really want to accomplish? Okay, you got some problems with confidence, you got some problems with fear, this is all normal, you may even have some problems with money. How are we going to solve it? Okay, with a niche as small as what I have here on YouTube, that's actually probably the best possible service I could offer to my community. Now, am I going to do that? No, I'm not going to do that. I got a show to finish, okay? But if I had to say what's the way I can monetize, and I think this is natural and normal. If you're creating little shorts for TikTok, all your revenue comes from views, okay? If you're getting fewer views on TikTok, then some of your revenue might come from affiliate marketing. If you're getting very, very, very few views because you're doing long form content on YouTube, then your revenue has to come from a different source where it's more money per pop from a much smaller community. And these things, again, sort of tend to balance themselves out. Okay, so I see Discord community full of beginners working on one thing. It's been a good year. Okay, okay. Well, Sifter says they're doing it. They're teaming up and they're working on something as a group. That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear it because it will help. It will help improve those people. My experience was quite a long time ago with that type of thing, and it wasn't. It just didn't turn out that well. So he did it for the feedback. 11 Seconds Club is for giving feedback, and again, it puts boundaries on it so it doesn't take as long to decide what you're going to do. You know, because you just follow the parameters for the current 11-second project, right? Mistakes repeat themselves with animators if you don't have an idea what mistakes you will do happen. You'll if you have no idea, I agree with you. I think you have to be really rigorous. You have to be really rigorous in studying both others' work and your own and really grokking out what is wrong here. What is going wrong? There are many commentaries on many animations. What I found is that I've stopped making some of those mistakes that I remember. Cool. Marie says, I appreciate feedback. It's been a staple of my playwriting career. And on Darren's Discord, people have helped a lot with wonderful feedback. Okay, so, and I pretty much extolled the virtues of feedback. I just was kind of decrying the virtues of group projects. Which means that I need to go to the videos again and see what I'm still missing. Yeah, there you go. Makes sense, Amar. Okay, good. Okay, so I think if you study animation just like in art... Yeah, what I haven't done, frankly, is I haven't gone through and rigorously just done exercises from my copy of Richard Williams' book. I have not done that. And the main reason is because I'm generally, with this project, trying to follow the anime aesthetic anyway. I'm not really going for the full animation thing so much. So, not that you wouldn't... Of course you'd learn from it and it would improve the work. You know, you're not going to ever lose by getting educated. Okay, so if you study animation really just like in art, you know, and by the way, just short side road, the other thing I would do, by the way, if I was going to completely reboot my creative life right now, just erase everything and start over, is I might very well be doing oil and watercolor paintings and developing that. Because paintings are a wonderful one-day project for me. Usually they only take a couple hours. And then you have something really cool to show for it, you know what I mean? So anyway, for some they don't know what they're doing wrong, so the feedback, that's right. I just was talking about that to Kyle yesterday, is that that is true. You can learn a lot by trial and error. You can learn a lot by really being rigorous about trying to study what's right, what's wrong in your own work and others, but, and it's never too late to start. Because remember, all these things in terms of your craft or your business, they all tend to follow a 2 to 8 year cycle anyway. So we all have lots of 2 to 8 year cycles inside of us that will come out over the course of our life. That's a whole nother topic. But you can accelerate the process, avoid some of the mistakes with education or critique, for sure. So if you want to shorten the learning process, then get as much input as possible from people who know what they're talking about and can actually help you, obviously. So feedback should be, well exactly. Amar just said it. The feedback needs to be from someone with the skills you desire or respect. Otherwise, it's just feedback that's strictly opinion and not beneficial. The way you want to monetize is already in the works at one school of animation. They're making a course. Max, are you referring to the way I want to monetize? The coaching thing. You're talking about the coaching thing. And again, to be clear, I'm not saying I want to monetize that way. I'm saying that if a guy like me who only has a couple thousand subscribers, but I have a very tiny niche and a very fairly deep level of expertise in a few areas, mostly about taking an idea or a concept, both a business concept or a media concept, and developing the whole thing into a finished product. That I've done. I've done over and over, and I know pretty much, a lot about that. And so, that's my area of expertise, and everybody's got their own area of expertise. Anyway, let's, I think I got this right this time, so I'm going to go over here. And at this point, we are 2 hours in, and we're going to say, for all intents and purposes, that this shot took 2 hours to do. Okay? And there's still one problem. I think Golik's mouth is missing in section 1. So I'm also going to look at this really quick on the big screen. at full resolution. So let me transition over here. I want to just look at this shot here really big. Okay, so, and in fact, I'll show you guys. This is the shot we're redoing. Let me turn this off. So this is the shot from quite a while ago that we're redoing. And it's not awful. I mean, it's stylized. It's just not quite what I'm after. So this is the new version of it. And we need to get the pencil test out of there. So let's transition back over here. We need to get the pencil test out in each of these levels. So I think it was Golex where the pencil test was still on. All right. And the other thing was that his mouth seems to have disappeared. So I'm going to put the mouth here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. We finally got it. Yay! Back here, the coaching. Yeah, and you know what? Other people will do it, and maybe Dave will opportunistically glom onto the idea. The thing that I can do that almost no one else can do, like literally in the country, is make a movie from start to finish. Write the script, do the editing, shoot the thing, direct it, work with the actors, understand how to get a good performance, deal with lighting, special effects, musical score, the whole thing. That's what I can do, and basically it translates to animation too. You know, it's pretty much the same. Just the only you're adding animation to the equation. Basically, that's the only difference. So, and I don't know if there's any value or market interest in something like, you know, I think not very much. Especially because, you know, young filmmakers typically want to learn more by trial and error anyway. And right now the technology is so cheap that they can. You know, you can just try. Go make your short film or whatever it is you want to do. What I definitely bring to the table in that arena, though, that would be very helpful to those young filmmakers, is they don't understand how distribution works. Like a lot of youngsters think that what they're going to do is they're going to create a calling card with a short film that's then going to give them an opportunity for someone to give them money to create a full-length picture. And I can tell you absolutely emphatically that virtually never happens. So I say it this way. Most young people that I know that are out making short films think that that's a thing, that that's a pathway. You know, do a couple film festivals, and then the money people are going to go, oh, this person's so talented that we're going to give them money to make a movie. And I'm telling you, nobody does that. Would you? Would you take $10 million and take some college student off the street who knows how to run a camera, admittedly, knows how to edit, and give them millions of dollars to make a movie? Hell no. No, you wouldn't. So there's lesson number 1 today about how the real world works. If you wouldn't do it, why do you think there's people out there with lots of money who are stupid enough to do it? No, you would never do that. You would never even consider doing that. It'd be like the stupidest possible thing you could do. What a way to guarantee you lose all your money. But it's funny how that's what people think they're going to do. You know, it's going to have my calling card. It's a calling card, but it's a calling card that proves you can create a TV commercial. And that's great. You make a lot of money making TV commercials. No problem. So, wakey moment. Okay, let's go back to this. And looks like we are on the big screen. So I'm going to just go ahead and carry through. Let me go back to, let me just go back a bit. I just kind of want to follow this through. See what's kind of next on the agenda. And I may go ahead and wrap up the live stream. There's a problem with that shot. There's like a big line across the middle of the screen. Okay, guys, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to go ahead and let this loop, and I'm going to go take a break for about 3-4 minutes. Right, so we're going to scan over that section right there. I'm turning on the Q key so it actually loops. I'll be right back. Looks like my water is not needing to be refilled. Okay, so making a course in Opentoonz. Yep, good. All right, so we will turn off the. I'm going to jump back to the editor here, and so you guys get a little smaller view for sure. But yeah, one of the things I had to be careful of here was not the characterization is not as extreme here. Actually, and boy, you know, I may have just bumped into a new problem that I need to solve. I didn't make him as extreme here as he has been in some of these shots. Well, this is what happens. This is my great flaw. My great flaw is I get too fixated on the microscopic and lose sight of the big picture. Absolutely. However, can we fix this? I think we can. I think we can fix it kind of easily. So let's do that. Let's jump back over here. Boom. And let's actually fix it. Is it problematic in the narrow shot? Not so much. So I think let's do this. Let's rock and roll and just face the music, baby. Let's go down here. We'll deal with the, yeah, definitely. Yep. We've got that edgy angular thing going on here. It could be fixed a little bit by, let's grab the, oh, I'm on the wrong screen again, darn it. Okay. Let's grab the dark color. Hit the V key. It's set to lines and areas. So now what I can do is just chop a little piece of this out to give him a little bit more of that sharpness, that angular sharpness, and then I'll go ahead and smack up. I didn't mean to do that. I need to be on the right cell or it auto creates. This is not what I wanted. Alright, let's pull back out to actual size. And I would say I even want to chop that out a little bit more, just like that. Just get his characterization just a little bit more on track. In the wide shot it doesn't matter as much, but in the close-up it kind of matters a lot. So what would I do if I'm going to rapidly fix this as best I can? Well, I'm going to grab this color. I'm actually just going to sketch it in. Just going to smack it in like this. Have I got the wrong color? I think I do. I'm just going to, and this is not quite right because I can see, I'm just going to deal with the color just because it's fast. So we need to get that sharp edge here too. And then give him his earlobe. And now I'm just going to kind of work back and forth here and sort of find the sweet spot. I'm going to turn my preview off over here and then go over to another shot that serves as a bit of a reference. Okay, yeah, so I see one thing I can do that'll help enormously. That will help a lot. I forgot about that shadow. I'm going to go ahead and make that a little bigger. Okay. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Just keep going. So now I'm doing exactly what I was talking about doing. I'm trying to look fairly rigorously at what I've done here and go, okay, dude, what did you do wrong? How are you going to fix it? B key. I'm going to sharpen this up a bit. And I think this one could actually be sharpened up a bit as well. So cut the malarkey, Dave. Follow your own advice. And get your characterization right. And I think I'm actually going to smack this up a little bit so that he looks kind of ornery. It's the angularness that seems to be missing a bit. Angularness? Is that a word? Oh boy. I'm going to just render it and see what it looks like in the show real quick. This is where you sort of have to, it's like EQing. I know you guys can't see this, but I'm just going to do it quick. Okay, so the wide shot looks better. Yes. Yeah, the other thing that's bugging me definitely here is there's a little bit too much softness in his eyes. So here's what I'm going to do. And can we do it this way? Nah, it doesn't really quite work. Okay, Control Shift R. And if I were going to really do this, I think I'm going to give this a try. This looks a little bit too comic booky. Yes. And one thing I can do is look at my maquette. This has been sitting here for a long time, but I actually have a maquette I made a long time ago of Golek that really could kind of inform. I really ought to look at the maquette. You might want to look at the maquette once in a while there, Dave. Okay, so if we do that, not horrible. I'm going to expand that. That shadow will not double up on itself in the render the way it just did. Chris K says, "Hi Dave, how's it going?" It's going. I'm just rocking and rolling here. Re-rendering this shot. Gonna jump over here. See how things are flowing. Well, well. What brings you here? Still not angular enough. Still not angular enough. Nope, nope, nope. Gosh, I feel like, oh my goodness, I am a little embarrassed here. But I'm not going to let it get me down. I am going to deal with it, friends. I am going to deal with it. I know there's some, by the way, some little bits of flesh tone that have holes in it right now because of what I just did. Fill tool. Oh, come on. Hate that when Toma doesn't catch my hotkeys. Okay. And just to keep it simple, I'm just going to keep adding more vector stuff. Okay, so now a little bit of... Hello? Oh, wrong level there, Jack. Narrow that a little bit. Whoops. V key there, Dave, not the B key. Okay. What's still bugging me is this. This does not feel right. Do I need to widen this out a bit? Maybe. Oh, yeah, sometimes you just gotta play a little bit. You just gotta play. Okay. Yeah, because again, in the render, I'm just seeing too much roundness. It's the only way I can describe it, is roundness. Now this is not going to show immediately. It's got to just have that little bit of a re-render step. But I do want to get that little bit more angular vibe, and those cheekbones. Okay, I don't know if making them that bold is going to be such a great idea. But I can see, I'm going to erase this, because I can see that the symmetry is not there. Whoops. Got to go back to the B key. So boom there. from there. Hate to keep re-rendering constantly, but kind of what you gotta do. He says, well, I know you guys can't see this. What have we here? Okay, that's better. That is better. Now, could it be argued that that looks pretty darn good? That looks like young Golek. Could it be argued that this can be excused more or less, but this can't? This actually needs to have the opposite done. This would have to be softened a bit. I think you know, when I show them one after the other, now this gets a little embarrassing because obviously it's quite different. Ultimately, pretty sure this is closer to what I'm trying to do. Now I may come back to that. I want to look at some stuff on episode, well, I think it's episode 2. Let me see here. Oh no, it isn't. Here is it? Up. Here we go. So this is obviously old Golek, but yeah, that does hit the middle ground a little better. I think that hits the ground, the middle ground, a bit better. So, where are we, friends? Where are we? Yeah, young Golek. So yeah, it's just a little harsh here. And again, we're doing a bit of a dance here, because we got stuff like this shot that's fairly stylized. He's got that cheekbone that's popping out. And this is where somebody's going to weigh in the chat and go, well, don't you have like character model sheets to guide this process? For some stuff I do, for some stuff I don't. Frankly, the maquette is probably the best guide in this case. This is a tricky shot, actually, because he is almost straight ahead. It's not really a 3/4. Let's straighten up his nose while I'm thinking about it. Straighten up that man's nose. The man's got a bit of a crooked nose. How did you miss that? Whoop, fill that. V key. Paint, paint, paint. Not horrible. Okay. There we go. We've got the garlic. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save all, render this out, and then I'm going to go to that next shot, 48, and see what we can do about it. So, yeah, it's kind of a drag having to like redo shots over and over, but life goes on. So this is shot number 48. I will almost guarantee this is not an Opentoonz shot. Pretty sure it's a blender, actually. I think it's grease pencil. But we'll find out shortly. So this is going to be 048. 048.tnz is not going to be found. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay, so this is where only the people that really love watching the Animation Truman Show are going to remain interested. Because now what we need to do is go through a little bit of pain going into the Salt and Light folders. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at shot number 048, which, as I said, I'm pretty sure is a blender. 048, render, and there's nothing there. That means, does that mean it's a Krita? Well, it could be. Could be. This could be a Krita. That would be a bit of a surprise, but if it is, it is. So let's open up Krita. Hey, Tiny Salad. Good morning. Thanks for subscribing, by the way, my friend. I appreciate it. Subscribe and like. I'm doing the Animation Truman Show today, so we got a little bit of a pickle. we've we've done the redo on this shot, which used to look like this. And this is from fairly early in episode 1. And so now this characterization of Goluk, which feels about right. This is young Goluk. This is Goluk 20 years earlier than the age he is through most of the show. But now, a couple shots downstream. So obviously a couple things need to happen. First of all, this shot's going to have to be redone based on this shot, number one. But number two, we've got this shot where the characterization is just wrong. It's close, but I don't think the changes are going to be huge. But let's find out what we have. So this is minus 0.48. Up, there it is. Okay. This might be a yes. You know what this is going to be, guys? This is going to be a transfer to Krita. Now, this is weird. Yes. All he did was move his mouth, and then we did a camera zoom. We just did a camera move. So that means... Oh, that's good news, I think. Ah, that's bad news. Darn it. Shoot. Okay, we can fix this easily. Okay, so here's what you do. This is actually a great test case in Krita. Okay, so what we're wanting to do here is just fix his characterization a little bit. Okay? We can see that I've unfortunately put the character all on one level. Okay? So that means, in other words, that the lip sync is baked in to the drawings. That's really bad practice. Don't know why I did that. Pretty stupid, but I did. Okay? Now, what if we wanted to, as cleanly as possible, separate out the lip sync from the rest? Okay? Stay with me here, folks. Here's what I would do. Number one, I would duplicate this layer that has Goluk in it. Okay? And then I would Control G, put it in a group. And then I'm going to add another level over top of it. And then I kind of have a couple different ways I could do this. I could do this in multiply mode. And then what I'm going to do is fill it with black. So I'm going to hit the tilde key to isolate the level, and then I'm just going to fill it with black. Okay? And so if we turn this off, checking something here, why is the... Well, let's just keep going. I'm going to turn this down, and I'm going to grab the... I'm going to hit the G key so that I'm doing the freehand path tool, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to draw a white shape around his mouth. Okay, so now what should happen is, why is this the multiply? I guess maybe multiply isn't what we want. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the layer, not the group. Is this in? Yes, and it was in isolate mode. Sorry. Okay, so let's turn off the group. Turn this back on. Well, no, let's not turn this back on. Let's turn the group back on. And now what we're going to do is crank this all the way up. And as you can see, now all we have is the mouth isolated. By multiplying with a mask around the, the whole picture of him, we get only this. Now the question is, and this is something I bumped into before in Krita, and I'm not sure what the answer is, I forgot actually, is how do we now... It seems to me the easiest solution here is, instead of doing multiply, what we should do is just invert it and make this erase mode. So if we put this in erase mode, it erases everything, and that's because doesn't matter if it's black or white, it's still going to erase everything if there's color there. So what we want to do is go like this, and let's just rethink this. We'll put it in erase mode, and then we'll use again the freehand path tool, but we'll basically do the opposite of what we did before. So let's just take all this, and now we'll darken that a little bit. Well, okay. We'll fill in the whole shape, And then we'll do erase mode, which is going to cut a piece out of it. There's what we're after. Okay, sorry guys. Little stupid attack there. Okay, so now his mouth is effectively isolated. And what we can do then, if we want to keep things light, is hit Control E and just bake it down. Bake it down. And save our work. So now what we've done is we've taken his mouth, which is the only thing that's animated, and isolated it. Now in this level, we can get rid of all of these other keyframes because they're in this level. See? And now we can do what we came here to do. So I'm going to call this M-O-U-T-H fix, mouth fix. We'll save that. And then I'm going to go down here, and we might as well erase his mouth. Mightn't we? It doesn't matter whether we do or don't. As long as it's always covered by the other layer, which it is, everything works. So now we can take this level and do whatever we want with it. Now if you want to hedge your bets and protect yourself, hit Control G, put it in a group, and make the fixes on a different layer. Okay? So now, the problem is I don't know if that's going to, I don't know if that's going to work in this case because there's a piece I have to chop out of it. So I'm going to go ahead and be bold. I'm going to hit the G key for a free end path tool, and then I'm going to put it in erase mode. And I'm actually going to go like this. Okay? And then I'm going to take it out of erase mode, sample the flesh tone, and go like that. Okay, it's still a little bit sharp. And oh, this stupid thing. I hate the way Krita always does the freehand path tool in curve mode, which means it applies smoothing. And I've mentioned this before, but how many times have I ever actually wanted or used that smoothing? Ever? 0. Not one time ever have I actually wanted that smoothing to be in there. Never. Okay, so now I'm going to take my brush, B key, back to my plain old brush. And of course, Krita, which always forgets your settings, no matter how hard you try, when you save brushes and use their awesome tagging system to create brush libraries, it never actually ever remembers anything. It always throws away everything you changed, and you have to recreate your settings like every freaking time. Trust me, this has always been the case with Krita, and it's never improved. Not really complaining, just telling you like it is. Okay, so we're going to grab this and kind of just do a little mod here. All right. And by the way, this should probably be turned off because this is actually affecting the color here of the flesh tone, so the color is not going to be quite exactly correct. So now I'm going to grab this color and just smooth it out a little bit. And I'm just going to do this with my brush, my pencil. My good old pencil, my trusty pencil. Okay? So now we've taken Golek and kind of made it a little more consistent with the way he is in the other shot. And as you can see, our animation is preserved on a different level. Sweet! But there's still one thing wrong. And that is this. Let me see what this is. Okay, that's just a gradient. This level, I'm going to isolate because, like, there's a bunch wrong with it. Okay, so let's go to more of a burgundy type color, and we're going to hit the old fill tool and fill that in. Okay, now we're going to take probably a fairly large brush like this oil paint brush that I like. Go with a little darker color, and let's just hand paint that for a moment. Because we want to get a little bit of that gradient feeling that we've got in the other shot. So paint. Paint. Sample that color. A little bit of a softening up here. I think that actually that highlight color is kind of good. I'm squinting so that I can really see the contrast. And by the way, vis-a-vis the shot that we were just working on, we can see that the, okay, that's good. Wait, what's going on here? Unisolate. Okay, so again, we've got the, we got the throne baked in with the background, which is like, again, really, really stupid. Okay, so stupid, Dave. Don't be stupid. Be smart. Be wise. Be clever. Alright, so let's just grab this. Smack that up like that a little bit. Okay, shrink the brush a little bit. And so I'm going to suffer through the fact that this is kind of blended together. It doesn't matter that much. Let's just, hello? Let's get some highlights on here. Give it a little bit of dimensionality. And then, let's unisolate that. Yes, this whole layer we can actually afford to blur it. So I'm going to sample this color, get a little bit of a highlight in here. A little bit. Just a little bit. And then I'm going to take the Gaussian blur filter. And I'll just do 5 pixels. Classic Krita. My Gaussian blur has been set to 3 pixels forever. I don't remember ever changing it to 5, but yet here we go. I run Krita, and of course it's changed everything back to defaults. That's just Krita. If you want to know, if there's one key reason why I use Krita as little as possible lately, that's why. It's when it comes to the data management of the program itself, Krita is ASAP, which, as you guys know, means as stupid as possible. It's really true. I wish it wasn't true because I love Krita. I love it and I hate it. But in so many ways, when it comes to just basic stuff that any person who's doing any real work would be like bumping into these problems all the time, Krita is so inept when it comes to just basic data management that, you know, honors the intention of the person using the program. You know, stuff like that. Why, dear friends, are we not seeing this shape? What am I missing here? I'm on this level. Ah! It's already masked. Duh. Okay. Silly goose. Well, what I could do actually is hit erase and actually smack in a bit of a highlight. Not the worst idea I've had today. Not the worst idea I've had today. Nope. Not bad, actually. So we'll do it that way. Okay, that didn't quite work. That doesn't work either. We'll leave that out. Okay. I think it's time to render this and pop it back into the show and see if the characterization's matching up better. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, so again, another reason that I don't use Krita that much is, and this is definitely nitpicking, trust me, I know, is that every single time you go to render, you have to wind up re-entering all your parameters. Okay, so sorry I'm itching my nose, you guys. It's September 1st through to the first frost is always just allergies, allergies, allergies. So this is animation scenes, 48 render, 048 dot, and they are pings. Okay, so this is shot number 48. Let's go back here, and we're going to go to scenes. Let's go to 048. There it is. Render. We're going to select that folder. It's going to be, of course, this is wrong, 048 dot. And they're not TIFFs, they're pings. And it should complain, and it did. That's good. That means we are overwriting the prior shot. And if we come back here, we're going to instantly see Golic change when we click on the Vegas window. Watch. There it goes. So there we go. So now we're taking this to this. Not a perfect translation. There's still, you know, some things you can complain about, especially the color on his costume. But that's easy to fix. Quite easy to fix. Always amazes me how lightning fast your stuff renders. Yeah, I mean, Krita and Opentoonz are both pretty fast on the render, that's for sure. Okay, so we need to go ahead and modify this whole scene and just do, again, a fast re-render. So let's just go back here, go to Tahoma, and as you can see, it ain't even a problem because everything we need is right here. Okay, so the colors in his costuming actually are trending a little bit more towards the aqua end of the spectrum. And in the older shots, definitely was a little bit on the lighter side. Okay, so I'm going to make my life kind of easy-ish by going R key, sample this, and then just make a darker version of it, because that's pretty much what I had earlier. The only problem is we're still not quite on the correct spot there. That's better. Correct spot on the color wheel is what I was trying to say. So again, now we can just darken this tone. And now I'm curious if that's going to affect both. Yep, it did. Okay, so even though that's split into different levels, they're still sharing the same palette. So that's good news. Yes, that's very good news. Go down here. I think I should re-render and double check here. I'm just not totally sure. Okay, this is actually flowing all right. When I just play through it, I'm actually feeling pretty good about it. I'm still not totally loving the characterization here. This is actually a great example of where one of the better solutions, although it does definitely make for a more complex procedural workflow, would be to just take the fully rendered shot, bring it into Blender, map it to a plane, subdivide the plane, and then use shape keys to just change his characterization. Because then you could do it parametrically, and if you you could just play around with it and dial it in pretty easily. What are you talking about, Dave? What are you talking about? And the other thing is, his hair splays out more wide here. I want to basically look through some of these earlier shots. Here, there you don't really see it. Up, right there. Kind of the middle ground, actually. Kind of the middle ground. I'm just not feeling the exaggeration. His eyes feel too narrow. Yeah, we're just not getting. It's just a little too. What the heck is that? I feel like I'm seeing Herb Trimpe when I really want John Buscema kind of thing. In other words, it's just too muted. Everything's too muted. I'm going to turn this off. Too muted, too careful, too, as I say, comic booky. Okay, I'm going to cover up. I'm actually covering up with my hand. Yep, better. Perfect? I don't know. But better? I'm pretty sure. Okay, now we just have to be careful. Widen that out a little bit. Again, F key, it's an improvement. We're just looking for improvement. Okay, let's turn this back on. Okay, and once again, I'm having to add so many stupid little vector shapes. It's getting to be a bit ridiculous. But, what the heck? You know, if we gotta massage it, we gotta massage it. You know, there's a time to cut your losses and just redraw the thing. Granted, no doubt about it. I don't think we're there yet on this shot, okay? I just don't think we're there yet. Boom. Not bad. Yes, that's better. Now we're starting to look like Golic. Now here what you've got is that Edward G. Robinson thing happening where I love the way his eyes are kind of, they slant down a little bit, but his eyebrows are going up like he's being sort of falsely kind, you might say. Okay, so question. I would really have to unpack that in 3 dimensions to see what's going on, but I think I can fix, I think I can help this. I think I can. So, yeah, I think I can. All right. So what I'm going to do, so this is where Krita would be actually helpful, because this would be so easy to fix with the liquefy tool. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do the plastic tool and see what we can do. You know, screw it. We're just going to do the plastic tool. Not for animation, but just for literally for manipulating the shapes. Why not? We're gonna do it. Okay, so I'm gonna hit the build. I'm in build skeleton mode. I'm gonna put the anchor of it up here, and I'm just gonna actually just build up a lattice here. And again, because what I really want is what I have in Blender, what I have in Krita with the liquefy tool, what I have in a program that does a really good job with vectors, which Opentoonz doesn't. Which is the ability to quickly freaking deform your cartoon and pound it into shape when you've got it off a little bit. What I'm trying to do here today requires a ton of redrawing and recoloring and all that, when it would be wonderful if we had an easy way to just mush stuff around a little bit. Well, actually we kind of do. And that's what I'm doing here. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and put in this skeleton all around here to protect the stuff that I don't want to allow to deform. So these bones are all just protective. Okay, so now if I go into animate mode, now I can just do whatever I want to do. I'm thinking, okay, I can see a problem in my skeleton already. So dummy. These nodes all need to be separate. So let's put one there. We'll go here, there, here, there, here, there. Because I need to be able to work them separately. And what Opentoonz does is it makes each of them well, if you move one that has other nodes downstream from it, then they all move as a unit, which is probably a good thing in most circumstances, but it's not what I want right now. Okay, it is what it is. So let's go to animate mode, and now all I'm trying to do is I'm going to turn off keep distance, which it's already off, and all I want to do is just make some mods, and keep distance I actually want turned off, come to think of it. Okay, this is what I was wanting to be able to do. I just want to mush stuff around a bit. I just want to be able to quickly fiddle with the characterization without it costing me tons of time redrawing and readjusting. And okay, that is actually, you know, it's kind of like, gosh, he looks like one of my heroes, Stephen J. Cano. All right, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to actually make a little adjustment here. I'm going to move these guys in so that I can actually introduce an intermediate node, probably, okay, now here. So, you know, this has the opposite problem, which is tons of thinking around with getting things set up just so you can go ahead and try making these small adjustments to your drawing. Everything is a trade-off, people. Everything's a trade-off. And we go into animate mode. Okay, and so then the problem you will definitely have at times with Opentoonz / Tahoma is what you see here. Basically, their algorithm for how, I mean, I guess you could maybe subdivide the, okay, in other words, let's see here. Yeah. I don't know. It might be the opposite, but I'm going to go ahead and allow it to make a little bit finer mesh. That did not really work. So you can see what's happening there as you see it crinkling up right there. This is basically why I don't usually use the plastic tool for things like this. You know, because it often turns out that your best course of action is just forget it. Just suffer having to redraw everything. So yeah, this would be so easy with the in Blender actually with mesh keys. It would be so easy. It's kind of ridiculous how easy it is. However, he does look a little bit like Cannel, and it is kind of the look I was looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and render it and see what happens. Hey, Tom. I'm going to render it and see what happens. Boop 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 boop. He looks actually scarily like Stephen J. Cannell. That is definitely Cannell hair. That's a little creepy. That's a little creepy. And here, he's got that bigger forehead. And he's got the big forehead there too. that looks frighteningly like Stephen J. Cannell. Old Cannell's rolling over in his grave right now. That's funny. That is funny, people. I'm here to tell you. That is a little bit funny. It's a little bit funny. Yeah, I don't think this worked. Skip it. Done. Gone. Forget it. I'm going to just be happy with this as is for the moment so I can move on to other things. So blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could see doing one thing. I can kind of see what is needed, and it is basically hit the G key. It's basically just let's hit the V key. Let's put this at like 8. I'm just not getting enough here on the outside. I'm just not. There we go. There we go. I'm starting to feel it. Starting to feel the spirit of Golik coming back into the picture. Ah, yes. Spirit of Golik. We love you, Golik. You're the one we love to hate. Yes. Yes, you are. Alright, back up here and render that. And now I'm pretty sure that I'm done with this shot. So this has taken a little bit of time. Little bit of time. Not bad. Not bad. Young Golik. So here we've smoothed things out a little bit. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Look at boop, 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 boop. Got a problem. Got a problem. Figures. Let's go back to Krita. What the heck went wrong? Well, let's find out. If we look at this. Ah, there it is. Oh, I know what I did wrong, I think. Let's isolate the mouth for a half second. Make sure. Okay, so that's correct. So it would appear that somewhere here... Ah, here we go. These keys all need to be deleted. You silly goose. So Control R. And why is it okay? It's because I selected a range like a goofball. All right, Control R. Render over. As you can see, Krita does not render as quickly as Tahoma. Not as quickly. But not bad, not bad. I'm liking the interaction. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Let's just keep going here. Looking for things that are objectionable. Our goal here is very clear. We're trying to punch up episode 1. He leaves. Okay, this is a little rough. I also think I overdid the overlay. So let me go to shot 60. Let's save our work here. Save. And now let's go to scenes. -060. There it is. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. This is interestingly, that's actually not the problem. The problem is somewhere down here. I am going to have to. Yep, there it is. Yep, there it is. I'm going to turn both of these off. And that didn't do it either. Where the heck? Oh, don't tell me it's baked. Oh my gosh, it's baked into his flesh tone. Dave. Oh man. Dave. Spank your bottom, little buddy. Spank your bottom. Well, is there another way? We know we've got this shot a little bit downstream. And by the way, here he's got the... Oh, you guys can't see this. But here he's got the burgundy collar. See, later on in the show, the burgundy collar kind of became a thing. Like, where he pretty much always had the burgundy collar. Now there it's back to green again. Now that doesn't really matter. Obviously, people change their clothes. But I do like the burgundy collar better. But that's a problem for another time. Right now, my people, we have to decide what to do with Gully. So, let's just veg on this for half a second. Let's just veg. The overall look is not horrible, although the okay, so I punched up the outlines. That's called touch-ups. And it looks like it's just a single. So why are we not baking that down? Boom. Okay, the mouth has some. Okay, maybe this is why. Oh, I see. No, that's fine. He's got a little bit of liquefy tool going on. Okay. So the colors are pretty saturated. So one thing we can do right out of the gate is hit Control M, and let's get the saturation back under control here a little bit. Let's just ramp it down. If we go down all the way, you can see the fact that Krita gives us the ability to deal with saturation as a curves tool is really cool. This is one of the things I love about Krita. Okay, so I guess we want to push that up a little bit. Turn the preview off and on. That's a little more under control. That is a bit more under control. Okay. So, what else? What else are we finding egregious? Well, number one, let's just zoom in here. And by the way, I'm going to save my work. Okay, you can see I was kind of going for the, pencil style outlines here. So let's go to our pencil, but let's set it to 6 pixels. And now let's isolate the level, or the layer. And let's get this into a little bit better shape, more like a proper anime. Now here, see, this gradient is This is really, really, really problematic because you can't effectively erase. Like you can't just paint the flesh tone over this crap here because it isn't a consistent color. So as you erase, you're always going to be corrupting the color in some other area. Grr. It's a bit of a problem, isn't it? That's okay. That's okay. We're just going to keep rolling with it here. You know, do you fix it or you just redo it? In this case, we're going to try fixing it, but yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, friends. This has got some definite rough qualities to it, but that rough quality is actually something I like a lot of the time. So, we'll go for it for the moment. Okay, so now I just gave myself a little more work to do by changing his eyebrows. Oh boy. And since that move is baked in, anything I change in the face is going to be unchanged the minute his eyes move. Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate, but if we go back to the original shot here, I have to confess, and I know you guys can't see this right now, but I have to confess the original shot plays pretty smoothly, and it's actually this later shot that's a little rougher. So we're just kind of looking at the transition. Boy, this is the Truman Show of animation. This is the unglorious process of just going through and... Okay, I can see something I can do here on this shot actually to improve it quite a lot. Let me go back here and let's just have I saved my work? I think I've saved my work. If I save my work, that means I can't exactly, yeah, I can't exactly get it back. So, well, good news is maybe where is my... Okay, well, okay, so here we go. This is a great example of what I have said repeatedly about Krita. Okay, so Krita, I just did a modification of the saturation. We've got this little thing checked that says use last preset. Well, that doesn't mean use last settings. It use the last preset if what you did is saved as a preset. Okay. Now, can you imagine a scenario where you do something, especially in animation, and then you want to do the same something again to a later frame, but the first time you did it, you didn't necessarily know that it was something you were going to do over and over and over and over. Oh, every time. Oh, yeah, right, exactly. Every time you do something, you don't necessarily know that's going to be a repeatable operation. But no, in Krita world, you have to know. You have to see the future. And every single time you do something that might maybe be useful in the future, you have to save it as a preset if you want to get back to that same exact setting again. Right? So that's another one of those things that I call ASAP, ASAP, as stupid as possible. Because the normal case would be that you're not really sure you're going to need to reuse something over and over and over. The stupid case is every single time I click, every time I do an operation, anytime I use a tool, anytime I do anything, just in case, I want to go ahead and save up 83,472,716,422 different presets, just in case one of them might be needed later. That's pretty stupid. What's the smart thing? Well, the smart thing would be that the tool has the ability to just remember the last thing you did. Simple. Simple. If that was the prevailing paradigm in Krita, there are at least 10 things that are absolutely critical to animation that would instantly be viable and work really well in Krita without any changes to the code base in terms of the animation capabilities. Wouldn't have to change a thing. If Krita would simply, as a driving paradigm of the program, it always remembers the last thing you did with any given tool. And it could be a toggle. It could be a toggle where you either go back to the default clean setting or you remember the last thing that happened. It would be wonderful. It's so obvious. It's so simple. It's so logical in terms of data management compared to the stupid way, which is, kind of like we want to be like Google. Like everything you ever do, everything you ever search, everything you ever think is stored forever, right? Well, if you're in the business of selling data, then of course that does make sense. If you're in the business of saying, well, actually managing my data and minimizing wasteful data is kind of a thing, then you wouldn't do that. Duh. So, the way Krita works, unfortunately, is as stupid as possible. And I cannot, if I like this liquefy tool operation I did, which I do, I can't reproduce that easily in any other way. Not really. Without just redrawing. So, what do you do? Control C. What shot is this? This is 60. Okay. I'm done fighting with this. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to Toma. File. New scene. I'm going to save all. Control V. Really? Nothing to paste? Let's try that again, people. Oh, one thing I forgot with the background. You have to, if you want to cut and paste, you do have to have an animation keyframe. So I'm going to go Control C, Control V. Come on, people. Come on. Wakey, wakey. Okay. That's kind of somewhat interesting. S key, select all. Let's just kind of move this over a little bit. Okay, cool. Come back over here. Now, is this even worth redoing? I don't think so. Just get the B key, boom. Come on, wiki wiki. Wiki wiki, B key. Well, there's your problem with Tahoma. Tahoma actually kind of frequently misses hotkeys. That's actually something I've noticed a lot lately. You hit a hotkey, it doesn't catch. You have to, and then you realize you're still in the wrong tool and you have to hit it again. Not the worst thing in the world, but yeah, it's kind of a common thing, I must say. All right, so now let's do this. Let's turn this down to low opacity and let's just quit dicking around with this thing. And hello. Okay. I'm going to just reproduce it. N key. I'm just going to go here. We're going to redo it. We're just going to redo it. Okay, checking one thing on his on the angular character he's got on his cheekbones. It's going to come up there. Not horrible. That's actually going to be slightly rounded, and we're going to smooth this out just a little bit compared to what we saw here. Okay, and I do know that the angle here I'm choosing for his head is slightly different than what was in the old one, but you know what? I don't really care. Okay. So Gulick, I'm going to look at the maquette also. This is where it gets fun. This is what you guys really want to see anyway. This is what you guys want to watch. I'm sure of it. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I think this is actually the thing more than anything else that people want to see. They want to see pencil test animation. And I know because that's what I actually would rather see. Unfortunately, when you're doing a whole big-ass show, there's more involved than just the pencil test animation. Okay, so this is young Golek, by the way. This is young Golek, so we're gonna take this opportunity to try to make this shot and the characterization and the drawing and everything about it even better than what it was before. Why not? Let's just seize the day. I love to watch anything you do, Dave. I learn from every little thing. Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Hit the M key, by the way. Hit the M key. Okay, so this is where Golek's... I'm doing a pretty good job on this now of capturing Edward G. Robinson in Golek, because he is supposed to be Edward G. Robinson. Which is why his voice is pretty much like this. So I don't know what his line of dialogue is here. But I know that I like his voice. I see it as a boxy voice. He says to Asher, "So, well, well, what brings you here?" To which Asher says, "Heed my words." To which Golek says, "Oh, well, by all means speak, holy man. But quickly, if you please." That's what's actually in the script. Yep. So there's M. So yeah, there we go. This is a better Golek. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go 060. We're going to immediately save this. Save all. Save all. Save all. As a 060. Now hopefully 060 doesn't exist. Cool. Good, good, good. So now I'm looking on the timeline, which you guys can't see at the moment, and I'm just looking at what this is. This is, okay, it's a ping sequence. Listen to you talk, rain outside the window, working on configuring DOS box. Right on, man. If you're going to be a bad guy, you could do worse than Eddie G. Yeah, I actually watched a really dumb old movie called I think it was called the Red House, or maybe it's the Red Barn, the Red House, one of those. Watched it on Tubi the other day. Edward G. Robinson. Horrible, horrible, horrible script. Like terrible, unbelievably bad. I mean, you could just see so many things that would be so easy to improve in this script. It was interesting. You know, the guy that directed it also actually was the guy who wrote it, and it was somebody I've never even heard of. So this is back when Ed was, you know, he's a company player. You know, he's on contract. They got to keep the guy busy, and so he makes this movie that's kind of a thriller, but it wasn't very thrilling. But I still like the guy. It wasn't his fault. He was dealing with a script where the way it all worked out was extremely forced. You know, like in the last part of the movie, he's the bad guy, you know, but it's not clear early in the movie that he's the bad guy, so it's a thriller. But he's like, you know, he's remembering his dead wife, or his dead woman. It wasn't his wife, but where he had killed her man because he wanted her, and you know, he's like, but you know, he's kind of going, but you don't understand. You know, you did this, you did that, you did that, and he basically recaps everything about what he did wrong and reveals it all in one monologue, basically. I mean, it's like, you know, about as heavy-handed as you can get when it comes to, well, I need to explain my plot now, so let's have the character be so insane that in his insanity he tells the whole and complete truth all in one, you know, 3-minute sequence. That's basically what happened. So, yeah. Pretty piss-poor writing, frankly. All right, what are we going to do here? One thing we should do is figure out what the heck it is Golek's supposed to be saying. Yeah. So Vespar says, so in the sequence that we were just working on, essentially, Asher makes a prophetic proclamation or whatever that doesn't really bode well for the kingdom or the king, right? Like you guys are up to no good kind of thing. He leaves. What does this mean? So Vespar says, what does this mean? So I want to know, what does Golek say there? Superstitious babblings, Lord, nothing more. Superstitious babblings, Lord. Superstitious babblings, Lord. Nothing more. Okay, it does not look... Well... Nothing more. Yeah, I guess that is what he said. Okay, so... Here... Let's jump back to here. Okay, so here... His expression here would not be... so ornery. But maybe he would soften over time. So what I'm thinking is, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to think a little bit in a layer-based approach here. So what I'm going to do is grab this. And, you know, you could bake this into the... You could certainly bake it into the one layer if you wanted to, but I'm going to just go ahead and try to work a little smarter here. So with the B key, which, by the way, needs to be this, I'm going to actually create a couple tweens. Okay, this is the wrong brush. Okay, so now we can toggle between the keys, and there. I usually don't prefer when Opentoonz and Tahoma do that, but because when you auto create a new cell, like right here, it assumes that what you want is the new cell followed by the old cell filling in the rest of the space. And again, it's one of those cases where I don't remember one time ever where that's been the behavior I would want to have happen. What I want to have happen is what happens in Krita. I create a new key. Everything from there down is the new key. Now I think if you go like this and select a range, maybe, and then hit the B key, no, it still doesn't work. Fiddlesticks. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, so let's just see. Okay, so the only problem here, this is where it probably should have been baked together. Yep, I'm doing it. Delete. Panels. Scene cast. Clean it up. Alright, because I really want him to change position anyway. So now we could do a shift and trace thing. Yeah, let's do it. Just for fun, we'll do shift and trace. Alright, so again, this is completely not what I want, but since I'm just working forward, I'll go ahead and leave the rogue frames in there and we'll just deal with them later. So what I'm going to do now, just for fun, is I'm going to go to View, Shift, and Trace. And then I need to create hotkeys for this. It's not like the most useful thing ever, but it is somewhat useful. Okay, so shift and trace. We need to actually stretch out to here so we can see the dimensions of it. And I did not want to do that. Okay, so yeah, and that's still wrong because I need to turn off shift and trace for a minute. Guess you got to do the right things in the right order here, people. So here what I really want is an onion skin because I actually want the garment and body to be the same. It's just his head that I'm wanting to move. So I'm going to go ahead and get these guys blocked in. Just block them in. Okay. And then we'll turn on shift trace. View, shift trace. View, edit, shift. Okay, and so all we're wanting to do is make an adjustment to his head. We do not want to see the following drawing. Not at all. Okay, so let's give this a crack. So we're doing shift trace. If you guys, it's the way you would do it if you were working on an actual light table. You would take an earlier drawing and you would simply, okay, and so by the way, what we're doing here is I'm modifying so that over like 3 frames we're going to soften his eyebrows. Okay, so I'm having him do that while he lifts his head. So that's why I'm using shift and trace. So I'll have his mouth soften just a little bit as well. So, yeah, cool. We'll just get all this in here and then we'll do one more frame of it and see how it goes. Shift trace, shift and trace. Some people love it, some people don't. I tend not to use it much. I don't use onion skins much, but it is kind of the right tool for the job sometimes. So there you go. All right, so now we're gonna again put in another. So there's kind of a mindset here, by the way, and the mindset is that your animation, it's more work, but your animation is going to have a little better look, a little better life to it if you... Okay, now this is interesting. Now, I didn't know it did this, and I'm kind of glad to see it. So what it's doing is it's applying the same transformation to the shift trace that it did on the first frame. It's actually, because I haven't changed the edit, it's actually doing it twice, and it happened to get him exactly to where I wanted him to be. With one little caveat, which is that his body's not in the right position. I need to, but maybe a slight modification would be good. So I'm going to go ahead and allow that to move a little bit. Probably the best. Okay, so that's being applied. Sorry guys, this is being applied to the shift trace. So unfortunately, the only way I can see, I really, really, really need to put hotkeys on that. Yeah. Because I don't like using menus with a mouse. It's like slow, so slow. Okay, so now, once again, shift and trace. And as you can see, his head got moved, so that's good. And we'll, once again, go ahead and just trace the stuff that we know needs to be traced. And then we'll deal with the stuff that's going to change, which is going to be basically his mouth and his eyebrows. So shift trace, and by the way, got this, this, this. Okay, so we'll get this in here. We're going to keep it simple, keep it clean, because ultimately, if we do shift and trace on the inking, then we're really only going to have to ink it once. We're just going to cut and move the stuff anyway to make it match what we did in the pencil test. Or, what I was starting to say is that some people would argue that your animation will look better if you go ahead and allow it to be re-inked every time, just so there's some variety in the lines. This little, showing his eyelids like that, or yeah, his eyelids is, for me, kind of pretty much what makes him look like Edward G. Robinson to a large extent. Just having those eyelids in there. Okay, not too shabby. Let's turn off shift and trace. Let's turn off onion skins, and let's see what we have. What do we have here, people? So you can see we go from this very, very sketchy keyframe. See, that really looks good. That's going to be a good shot. And then he's just got lip sync, so it probably would be prudent to put the lip sync on a separate level. But doing a marathon, I didn't intend to do a marathon. I am over 3 hours though, actually, yeah. So Tough cookies, people. If you don't like it, you can just go take your ball and go home. That's what you can do. But yes, I will say quite emphatically that this is what I want to be doing more of on this show, the way I'm working here today. Going ahead and doing a little more work on the ink and paint, suffering a little bit more, because I really like the way it plays. The stuff, it just looks good. I think it looks more professional, to use that somewhat loaded term. And at the end of the day, it's my show, and I want it to look the way I want it to look. You guys would be, probably not surprised, but certainly a little aghast at how much of the show as it is right now I want to improve. I want to redo. And so here we are. We're redoing a shot from that was done originally quite a long time ago on episode 1. And it looks like Amar is suffering succotash. Amar is being Sylvester. Not a problem, brother. Not a problem. You just be Sylvester. Okay. So, how do we want to do the ink? Well, let's try it this way. Normally it's not that great putting everything on a single level in Tahoma/Opentoonz, but you can actually do it if you use a standard brush over top of a My Paint brush. Generally, the Opentoonz native brushes kind of prevail. Okay, yes, that's weird. Okay, that's weird. I see what happened when we created the new color. It went ahead and made it transparent as well, which is kind of silly, but I see the point. I've been noticing that the actual cloning, like it used to be, if you created a new brush, it would literally make a duplicate just in case you wanted that as your starting point, which is a pretty smart way to go, because you often want the same character in your brushes. You just want to change the color. So, but this is the other thing about the ink and paint that I think's been looking better is by, and I probably don't want the smoothing on right now, just keeping it a little looser. Not sketchy in the sense of a pencil brush, because it's still a pretty firm ink line, but the actual way that I'm drawing is, and so I'm often hitting Control-Shift-F to just check. Now that backfires here because the pencil lines are giving us filled shapes, so that's throwing us a little bit off the track. By the way, guess what I bought yesterday? If Maria's still around, she's going to appreciate this. I actually went and bought a kit of water mixable oil paints. Everything I read online. So my frustration lately with doing watercolors is that, I mean, it's a really challenging medium anyway, because you really have to work with the paper as your highlights. You have to really know how to build it up, because there's not really a way to use, darn it, come on, Dave. There's not really a way to use opacity to fix things and or do highlights. So that's been fun. That's been part of the challenge of it. But and one of the things I like about it, this sounds stupid, but is the fact that you can put your paint on a palette and leave it there for months, and whenever you feel like unwinding with a little painting, it's ready to go. And this might be my frugality. I don't like wasting paint. I don't like filling up the palette with a bunch of paint and then I get the painting done and I have to throw it out, or I need to come back the next day and now it's all dried out. So acrylics has its drawbacks. Oil paint has the drawbacks of being a bit messy, and you've got toxins and all that people are concerned about. So it seems that these water-based oil paints actually solve that problem. So you basically have actually oil paints. They take 3 days to dry, blah, blah, blah. But you can thin them and or clean up with water. So they've been changed at the molecular level. And everything I've seen on YouTube and elsewhere says they work great. They really work just the way it sounds. So I'm like, okay, fine, screw it, I'm done. I'm not going to think about this. I'm just going to, because it seems like the middle ground would be water-based oil paint. So I went and I bought a kit yesterday. That's what I did. Okay, let's hit the N key. Yeah, see, I think the overall character of this is pretty good. I don't like what I did there, by the way. But as far as just the way this looks, you know, as a cartoon in progress, seems about right to me. Okay, so yeah, he's got these snaky little eyes. And normally we don't see his irises, so I think we're going to just leave those off. Leave them off, my friends. Yeah, I'll let you know. Or I'll paste a painting. Yeah, I mean, I've shown you guys my wildlife paintings and stuff. It's like I said, if I wasn't going to do animation and I was rebooting my media life and trying to figure out how I'm going to like monetize it and all that, I'd just like be painting, because that's something I actually do pretty easily. In fact, actually, true story, the last time I posted some wildlife painting that I had done on Facebook, this guy who had been he's an actor actually, so he had auditioned for movies for me a few years ago, and never quite got the part, but turns out he actually runs an art gallery, and he's like, yeah, anytime you want to do a gallery show, just let me know. And I'm like, whoa, you know, that's so cool, because painting wildlife and stuff it's not like animation. It's not something I really have to work that hard at. It comes very naturally to me, and so it's like I say, it's a great way to wind down. Almost has no downsides, because you sit down and 2 hours later, maybe 3, you've got something, right? Something that you could sell, something you could do something with, or give to someone, whatever. This takes a lot longer. But that's not completely true. I mean, like what I'm doing here today on the live stream, each individual shot stands alone as a product, if you will, as something that you can say, well, here's a shot, it looks cool, here's how I did it, yada, yada, yada. So there's always a way to build around whatever it is you're doing. So I'm allowing myself to do his goatee with the actual outline brush, so it's almost black to, anyway, probably close to black, because this is the younger Golek. So his hair's a little darker, maybe slightly bushier even, so we'll just say, okay, that's how that works. So yeah, I don't mind that. All right, boom, 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 boom. So I think what's going to happen here is we're going to find out. Actually, I'm going to turn on smoothing for this. We're going to find out that because I'm not shifting and tracing the ink, we're going to find out that it looks better, that it feels better, it feels more like a real cartoon kind of thing. I'm almost certain that's what's going to happen. That's been pretty consistent of a result from doing a little bit more work on the ink and paint side, which I am loath to do because it is the most time-consuming part. But the cool thing is, here's what's been getting me through it, though, is that at the end of the day, it looks good. I like looking at what is coming out of my stylus, if you will. And because it looks good, I don't actually mind the extra work. Yeah, I'm sure this is going to look better. Okay, I'm going to turn this smoothing up for this. The smoothing, by the way, in Opentoonz and Tahoma works very well. It's quite good. You know, I wish you didn't. You know, I wish you could. Maybe you can toggle some sort of hotkey to turn it off and on. I'm not sure about that. I don't think you can, but maybe. And plus, I've been kind of enjoying this process. Just doing more toggling back and forth and seeing the motion come into play right before my eyes. It's cool. It's cool, man. There's just no other way to put it. It's just cool. So I do feel that in the last few months I have gotten better at being consistent with my both motion, tweening, characterization. I'm going to actually switch to the other side here. I'm going to switch. Okay, turn the smoothing off there, Jack. Yeah, I think I would like to have just a hotkey to just instantly turn it off, because the amount of smoothing I normally want is pretty consistent. It's just this, you know, the way I turn it on is to just slide the slider up. And if I want no smoothing, I just turn it down to 0. Okay, I need to zoom in a little bit. Shift spacebar. And now we're going to go boom, 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 boom. This is another thing I like. These whippy S's and C's, you know. I like that look. It's a feeling you get a lot from oh shoot, what's Ben's? This has come up before, but Ben, what's his face, that did those books like action cartooning. You see a lot of this type of thing, these type of shapes. I like it because it forces you, when you're drawing, to think about and make a decision. Is this a straight line? Is it concave, or is it convex? There's basically only 3 options. And so it forces you to think about the shape that you're drawing and why you're making the choice you're making. And that's a good thing. I'm allowing his pupil to grow just a tiny bit there. And by the way, this is bugging me. This is actually bugging me a little bit. No. That's a great example of what I was just talking about. Is that hook on his nose concave or convex? This is a great, actually a really great example. Because if you go back here and you say, well, okay, I see what I did here. I did a concave and a convex. Concave, convex. Okay. If you get this right, this really gets to the heart of caricature, by the way. You look at a guy like Mort Drucker, who's really good with caricature. What I've found is, if you get the pattern of these concave and convex shapes correct, you will discover, kind of strangely, that it's way easier to capture a likeness. Because what happens is, if each of the little shapes are right, the overall is right, and then you can think about the relationship between the clusters of shapes, you know, as you exaggerate certain features and, you know, that type of thing. Okay, and actually here we have an error. This is a great example. What an error this is. Look at this. One long, let's call it a convex shape. Convex. Boom. There's where it went wrong right there. That, if you're going to be consistent, this should have still gone out like this now. But we've got a sharp edge. Oops, sharp edge is gone. Okay, boom, characterization problem. Right there. Fixed. Yeah, he's doing a good job of softening as he sort of rises to his upright position. So now we do have a little bit of a problem here. I think I want to go like this. So again, I'm deliberately making the shape this way, not the other way. You'd think maybe his hair would fall in here, but it really needs to fall behind. So that should be pretty consistent. All right, so now what you do is you hit the eraser, and you're going to do selective. So selective in freehand mode means that I can zoom out here, and I can just lasso the whole thing, and it's going to erase all my pencil lines, and it's going to erase only my pencil lines. Okay, now I hit the N key. This is what we have. Okay, I could see one addition would be a blink, I think. So that would be, let's hit the L key, K key, M key to reverse it. Hello, I keep telling you to reverse. Quintessential Opentoonz or Tahoma. I'm hitting the M key and it's not reversing. There, it finally did. It took 4 times for it to catch the freaking hotkey that I was hitting. Not cool. Well, it makes me think that under the hood, QT is like setting the it's like it's catching keystrokes maybe on a timer, where it's sort of like periodically polling for them. And if you go fast, in other words, it's one of those counterintuitive things that's, again, kind of stupid, is the more expert you are with the software, the more rapidly you're going to be just hitting hotkeys. The more likely that the software is actually going to fail to catch what you intended in terms of how you interact with it. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, so right here, we probably want to put an eye blink. So what I'm going to do is hit the D key, and we're just going to erase this. Oops, we're on the wrong color, hence the selective option caused me to not successfully erase. Okay, there's that. So now I hit the B key and just tighten up that, maybe even darken it slightly. Yeah, this looks very, to me this looks very Alex Toth, very very Johnny Quest in a way, but in terms of the line work. Now in terms of the overall feel and acting, I don't think it's overly that, but I think it's a good look. Okay, so here I'm going to allow him to kind of do that. So I'm going to let him actually start talking, and then actually strike that. Let's put from here on forward, we'll put the mouth on a separate layer. Okay, so I've got 8 people watching. Holy crap, I did not realize. Yeah, water oils. Now the kit, it was a kit of 10. It was a Winsor Newton kit of 10 tubes, and it was all the, like phthalo green and alizarin crimson and titanium white. It was all the normal likely suspects as far as the choice of colors. So it was a 10 tube kit, 1.25 ounces, so they're good sized tubes, like you can hold in your hand, probably about 2.5, 3 inches long and about that big around kind of thing. So they're good, they're not the little dinky ones like you typically get with like watercolors. So it's about 60 some bucks for the kit, I think, something like that. And then I got an extra titanium white just because I knew I would need it. I'm always using a fair amount of white. So, okay. So gouache maybe no. Tom no. Nope. Tom Doing Art says watch out there now. Oil painted background. I don't expect that I'll be doing backgrounds for the show with oils. Now I will tell you that there's one background painting in this entire 2 episodes of Salt and Light that was done as an actual watercolor. And the truth is it probably didn't work that well because it jolts you a little bit. It's a little different stylistically than the rest. So yeah, these are water mixable. Hang on one second. No, I had just heard about these and I thought, you know what? If they work as well as they sound like they would in theory, then it solves all the negatives one associates with oil paints while preserving all the positives. So what you got is this Winsor Newton 10 paint kit. Again, all the usual suspects as far as the colors. And then I just got an extra titanium white. So decent sized tubes. It'll keep you going for a while. And again, that's just when I want to unwind. You know, I just like to. I like to paint. They're Winsor Newton. Winsor Newton. They look to be a bit expensive. Well, like I said, the whole kit for all 10 tubes plus the extra titanium white would have been $75 probably. So yeah, not cheap, but I mean I expect they'll last kind of a long time too though. So yeah, but they're true oil paints. In fact, you can intermix them on the canvas with standard oil paints. Okay? But the difference is these have they're a little different at the molecular level, and they can be thinned and or cleaned up with water, which is cool. So, but a pro on oil paintings is that you can blend slowly and bake the colors with all the time you need. Well, that's what you can do with these. It's really counterintuitive too, because if you thin them with water, they actually dry faster. So if you thin them with water, it'll dry in like an hour or two. But if you don't thin them just right out of the tube, then they'll take 2 or 3 days to dry, just like any oil paint. And as you say, one of the pros on oil paintings is that you can blend slowly, you can take your time. This is why most of the paintings I have around here that are not watercolor, basically that are not my more recent paintings, have been done with acrylic. And so, sorry about that, wrong wing dinger. But I mean, I hope you guys will forgive this brief diversion. So, yeah, like this is acrylic. That's an acrylic painting. This is a watercolor. So you see how impressionistic that is. I like that one. I like this one. This one really blew up on Facebook. People really liked that one. Oops. That's an acrylic. I didn't mean to scroll to the next painting, but yeah, that's acrylic. But then this, I'll show you by comparison. It's kind of interesting that the painting I did of Kita. Oh wait, I don't think I have a digital copy of that here. Darn it. Well, okay, I was going to show you something, but this is actually kind of a good example of that. This is an example of an acrylic painting that was more careful. It's just not as loose, and I was being careful to try to do a good job, and as a result, it actually looks a little more stiff, and in my opinion, not as good. Now, this, for example, is actually all digital. That's an actual watercolor. That's an actual watercolor. Digital, digital. This is acrylic. That's acrylic. This is acrylic. This is a reasonably recent one. That's acrylic. I was kind of going for the palette knife idea, So, oops. What am I doing here? This one actually, it's hard to see, but this was an actual oil painting. So there's a couple missing here, frankly. That I've got a toucan over on the wall over there that was actually an oil painting, and my recent watercolor of Kita is obviously not here. This was my knockoff of Frazetta, where I actually did a copy of Frazetta and I tried to do it as a watercolor. It failed for the most part. I think the drawing's basically close. Some of the color modeling here on the creature is pretty good. On the girl's not bad, but not great, and the background's not even close to being good. So the other thing in this painting, just to get an idea of the way I see this, the only part about this painting that I would call good is this. This part here where I captured the contrast in the color with the watercolor, pretty well I would say that's successful. The rest of it, not that great. It's okay. So, Anyway, fun stuff. Fun stuff. Keep you out of trouble. Keep you out of trouble. Gotta stay out of trouble. All right, so now one thing you want to do, now that I've erased my pencil lines, now I can see what I'm doing. So if I hit Control Shift F, that turns on my my fill check. And as you can see, we have a lot of problems. Okay, so well, this explains it. This is actually this whole thing is actually full HD. So I need to fix this. All right, first thing I'm going to do is just close these shapes. Boom, boom. Okay, that solved that, and I think, I could be wrong, but I think we have a problem right here. Okay. And now we've got closed shapes. So using the fill check tool is really good practice. It'll save you, it's not 100%, but it'll save you a lot of, you know, finding out that you're going to have a big leak when you go to do your fill operations, which is kind of what you don't want. So there's that. Okay, so Control Shift F, which I think you have to set up your hotkey yourself. I know you do in Tahoma. I think that Opentoonz has a default hotkey for that, and I think it's Alt F, but I'm not sure, so don't quote me on that one. All right, so what I'm going to do is just move fast here. I think we're still at the point in the story where Golek has the blue costuming on. So, but it doesn't matter. I just need to get some colors in here. So we'll call this his flesh tone. We'll call this his eyes, which I'll make blood red for the moment. Can't do that. Sorry, I made a mistake. Okay, yeah. So this is the outline. So we'll actually put the outline right there. Eyes. Garment 1, garment 2, and this would be whites of eyes. I'm sorry, we'll call this flesh tone. Okay, so now we do have a problem here with costuming wise. We've got a definite flaw, and that is that I forgot this drapery. So I'm going to keep it simple. And over here, I think I'm just going to make this all the drapery. So like we can't see his shoulder. Okay. So now, since really I don't think the drawing, well, I guess it did modify a little bit. So, okay. So I guess we need to redraw this. Probably the easiest solution is to just do the old trusty onion skins, methinks. So, that's a mistake. Okay, so stop, erase. Sorry guys, got to go back here. I forgot that this first one is just a copy where all he did was blink. So I'm going to hit Control V and just paste that in. Okay, cool. Now we can make some reasonable judgments about the directions this stuff would be moving in. And the fact is, it probably doesn't matter much. It's more like it's just straightening out a bit. So wrinkle, 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 tiny wrinkle, tiny wrinkle, tiny wrinkle, just to give it some continuity. Wrinkle, wrinkle, wrinkle. Okay, turn the onion skins off, and there was a little bit of a flash there. What was that? Maybe not. Yep, that's wrong. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this easy on myself. I'm going to erase all this. Hello? Yeah. Quintessential case of what I said earlier. I hit the hotkey, Tahoma didn't catch it. There, it did catch it. So I'm selecting all of this, Control C, next frame, Control V. Okay, now we can play. And we won't have that obnoxious. Now you might go, this looks really stupid, because, and it does. We'll be strict about it. You're not going to see it because it's actually cropped out, but I'm actually thinking about making Golek a little smaller in the frame, so it's possible that that could peek into the drawing. So we might as well be a little more strict with ourselves, like so. Why not just do a good job, right? Okay, so there's the outlines. This color, could actually effectively be deleted from the palette. Oh, no, it can't, because you can't delete styles. So now the question may arise, actually. This is actually a great time to cover this. You might ask yourself, okay, I can't delete these two palette entries, 0 and 1. So what if I did all my ink with color 2, but I really wanted it to be color 1? How would you solve that? It's actually stupidly easy. What you do is you go to color 1. Now you'd want to do this before you've done your fills. So you take your line work, and what you do is you hit the fill tool in freehand mode, but what you're filling are lines. Okay? So now if I turn this to some obnoxious red, as you can see, what's going to happen when I hit the fill tool is it's now going to color all of the fills with the first palette entry's color. And now I've took, what, less than a minute to do. Now I've moved all of the ink over to this palette entry. And there you go. So now for my purposes, if I wanted to, I don't actually need this color, so I could delete that. All right, File, Save All. So there was no particular reason to do that, but I just wanted to show you how you could if you wanted to. All right, so Tahoma is kind of jumping around a bit. So let's do a fill operation, but now we're going to go back to a normal fill operation of areas. And you can see kind of a problem there, but we'll ignore it for the moment. We'll just ignore it and skate around like so. So you can drag into areas and have them fill with color. You can see what just went wrong there. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, I believe this was supposed to be, I guess what we'll do is we'll hit the B key and we'll just go like this, then fill that. Let's go back, fill that, fill that. These colors are wrong, by the way. Doesn't matter. We don't care. Now it turns out we really did need that additional color because of his hair, so we'll just use this red color for the moment. Okay, and we're going to go fill, 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 fill. All right, now we can go in and just change that to the correct color. No big deal. Okay, this color is supposed to be filling this, this, and not that. Okay, and now this color is going to be this, which again, these colors are totally wrong. Doesn't matter. Now if I wanted to, I could bring in a still from the show as a color key, but that is a matter of choice. Uh-oh. This needs to be set to just areas. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do is get this guy colored in, and I may, and by the way, I like to keep this around 4 or 5, frankly. I may do the background. We'll see. Well, I guess I already have the background in there, so there would of course be shadows to consider. Okay, that was a boo-boo. Z. I'm going to hit the M key and flip things around so I can access. As a right-hander, I can do a better job. Okay. And because my brush is actually really too big, I never seem to bump into the problem when I'm at 4 pixels, so we'll just stick with 4. Believe it or not, the difference between 4 and 5 pixels actually matters. Okay, not bad. Let's flip it back again and then change this color to what it actually needs to be, which is the whites of his eyes. Now, there is one other thing, obviously, which is, and this I would say, maybe we can jump this back up to like 8. No, I'm going to go even bigger, like 10. Okay, and now once I've done this, I'm going to step back and evaluate it, because it might be way too much Yeah, about that. I'm not loving that. So I'm going to knock this back down to about 7, I think. I want to get some color in there, but I don't want to inadvertently thicken the beard up more than a very small amount. Well, plus I'm starting to get a little hungry. Like lunch is starting to sound good to me. Okay, so we're going to clearly run into a stupid problem here. And we'll solve it here in half a second. So the problem is, again, between these two images, the only thing that changes is the eye blink. So the solution is hit the S key, grab something that you're fixing right now, that you're coloring, whatever. Oh, come on. Seriously? Jeez, Tahoma. Escape. Hello? Escape key. Don't want this. Holy criminy. Oh, God. It's enough to make you puke. It really is. I hate it. You know, the very idea that a piece of software like this is even capable of missing your hotkeys when you hit them is beyond the pale. It's like, how do you suck that bad? Sorry to be that way, people, but it's just ridiculous. It's comically bad. It's one of those things I used to rant about Krita a lot. The whole idea that it's like you can tell that no one is actually associated with development who actually uses the software to do the work. There's no way, because if they did, they'd bump into this problem so quickly, and they would be like, really? So, rant. And now I see something pops up on the chat, probably in response to my ranting. There's something about the way Tahoma detects hotkeys that is badly flawed, because it often misses them. It isn't. No, I'm not using Windows 10. I use Windows 8. No, nothing like that, Tom. Nope. No, it's something I've noticed for quite a while. It's just Tahoma. You know, you're plugging along, you hit a hotkey, it's usually like the B key, and it just doesn't catch it. And you wind up having to hit it twice. So there's something about the signal flow in terms of either when or how it's detecting your hotkeys that is just not quite as well envisioned as one would hope. That's, you know, something about it. Okay, let's go ahead and crank this back up so we can see the background. Let's go ahead and crop it. Yeah, definitely gonna need some shadows, but job one really is to get the colors in order. So, let's grab this color first, and in the other screen. Okay, yeah, so we're basically in the aqua zone. Well, if it's Qt related, it's due for an update later version, which may help. Supposedly Qt has started using the. Supposedly Opentoonz has started using the later version of Qt now. Well, maybe. You know, that's all I'd say is maybe. I mean, if it's a function of Qt, it doesn't feel like a function of Qt in the sense of the coding of Qt. If it's Qt, it's got something to do with the event model being a little bit wrong-headed in terms of the ordering of things. And I have a hard time believing that that's baked into Qt. You know, because Qt is used for a lot of projects. And so if there's a flawed signal flow for catching hotkeys, I would almost bet you money it's got to do with the way the catching of the hotkeys is built into Opentoonz. And it's got something to do probably with the event model for the individual component, which would be the sub windows, if you will, which each are going to have their own event queue, versus the overall event queue of the application in general, where a lot of the things that happen while you're working with it are passed up the chain, the event queue chain, so that certain windows or components can pass on processing of an event, whereas down the chain it gets handled and eventually makes its way to a default function, right? I mean, you know how it works. And my suspicion is that there's something in there that's a little wrong-headed in terms of just the ordering. Again, if it misses it the way it seems to miss it, it would almost seem like the search for a hotkey being struck is on a timer. That's the way it feels. It feels like it's on a timer, so if you get to where you're fast with your fingers, it doesn't keep up. And I don't know that that's what's happening, but that is what it feels like to me as a user who understands programming, frankly understands that as a mechanism to catch user configurable hotkeys, it's not a horrible idea. But remember, here's one thing you got to remember about Opentoonz that I know you're aware of, Tom, as a designer or as a coder who's working with the code base. You know that Opentoonz has bad flaws baked into it that have been there for a long time that relate to how it processes hotkeys. And we know that because we know with Tahoma 2D in particular that there are certain hotkeys that are hard-coded into the code base, which again to me is spectacularly wrong-headed. If you're going to have hotkeys in a program, then they should always be 100% loaded when you load the program. They're loaded from a text file. There is no such thing as a baked-in hotkey. That's like if I saw somebody do that and I was watching over the shoulder and I'm their programming coach, I'm going, you know what, Bob? I think you're making a bad choice here, because I'll bet you what's going to happen is later that choice that you made right now to hard code that into the code, it's going to bite your ass. That's what's it's going to bite you in the ass, because it's going to turn out probably the first day people start using your code, start running the program, the very first day, in fact, probably in the very first 5 minutes, somebody's going to want to change the very hot key combination that you decided to bake into the code. Yep, it's going to happen that fast. Am I right? It's going to happen not only that fast, it's going to happen every single time. And it is the state of affairs. There are hotkeys baked into Tahoma that, going back to what's-his-face, Jeremy Bullock, and it was less work to just bake them in. That's really what happened, I think. I'm pretty sure. It was just way less work. Looking hard at the gift horse's mouth. Yeah, I am. But am I wrong? You can criticize me for not appreciating this wonderful software. Okay, fine. That's a fair criticism. I accept the criticism. That is correct. But am I wrong? Okay. So now, what if you're going to criticize me for not jumping on Discord and telling Mahjong this, reporting this to him, because he's actually working with the code. I mean, I don't know to the degree to which you are, Tom. I really don't. But that's my mistake. Isn't to bring this up. My mistake is that I'm not telling Mahjong about it so that he can do something about it. So then, I mean, of course, it's up to you if you want to pass that on as well. But and you can criticize me and say, well, Dave, you say you can program. Well, how come you're not helping improve the code base? Well, because I'm creating a show. That's what I'm doing. So, no, I love programming. I really do. I enjoy it thoroughly. I don't like C++ as much as I used to, because once you get spoiled by a pretty performant interpreted language like JavaScript is in the browser, you don't like the compile link cycle. You don't like the way you have to kind of go back and it's a much more laborious process to catch a problem and fix it. Let's put it that way. So, but I take your point, and it's a fair criticism, Tom. So no worries. You are correct. So anyway, might as well take a half look at the. You saw this stuff. Legacy code equals terrible in most cases. Well, I don't know if that. I hate to always be contradicting you, Amar, but I don't know if that's really true. If legacy code is robust and it works, then it isn't a problem at all. It's just a problem with how you make changes to that code. So, or spaghetti code. But everybody is going to agree that spaghetti code is a bad idea. I was looking at the code a month ago. I'm on a side journey now learning music stuff. Okay, cool. Oh, you're not a code contributor. Okay, fine. Me too. Got my MIDI board months ago. Trying to use a 1992 keyboard. Yeah, you know what? You know what's the greatest one I ever had? You know what? So this shows how stupid I am. What I had in 1992 was the Ensoniq ASR10, and I was still always drooling over the EMU, like the EMU Emulator 3, right? Because I was making radio jingles and things like that, and so I loved having just the whole orchestra in a single sampler. And of course, what I really drooled over was the Synclavier, which would set you back about $100,000, right? You know, that's what Stevie Wonder uses or whatever. But it turns out in hindsight that the one I had, the Ensoniq ASR10, if you really look at the specs and the stability and the capability and everything, it actually turns out that what I had was just as good, if not better, than the Synclavier. But because they, there was such a mystique about that thing, you just felt like that it was, it was the holy grail to have that. You saw the same thing with software. It was the holy grail to have Maya, but it would set you back $10,000 back in, the, I guess, mid to late 1990s. Could you accomplish the same thing with other stuff? Well, not really. Not really. I mean, my investment in 3D Studio Max was about $3,500 around 1998. Never did that much with it either. And that was because I bought it with Character Studio, But on the other hand, is it also true, though, that you could do with Blender in about the year 2002 almost as much as you could do with Maya? Yeah. Now, you would have crashes, and, there was some struggle to it, but you could do it. If you really were determined to do it, the capability was there. I mean, they had nonlinear. We had a pretty darn good nonlinear animation, character animation setup in Blender by the early 2000s. It was kind of modeled on the way Hash Animation Master worked. And it was good. And then it got superseded, of course, with the advent of Blender 2.5, with a system that was more robust, but a little more tricky and complicated to set up. But it was, more robust and more capable in exchange for a little more housekeeping, if you will. So, but that's the usual trade-off. You trade simplicity for capability, and you're seeing that with Blender now. Blender 3 is going to be, definitely a spanking application in exchange for a pretty good learning curve. So, 'tis what it is, my friends. It is what it is. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. I still got to get his lip sync done, though. All these programs. I mean, what we can do today, for all my complaining, about the hotkeys, what we can do today with free software is really cool. I mean, it's super, super cool. Ah, yes. Go lick. Okay, so now, all right, so Maya and 3D Studio Max. Past week I was using LMMS to sequence a song. Oh, Linux, is that the Linux Multimedia Studio or something? LMMS? Softimage and Lightwave could work. Well, the problem is Softimage was just as expensive as Maya, and Lightwave was better. Lightwave you could get for around 1,200, 1,500 bucks at the same time that you're going to have to pay about 3,000 for Max. But Lightwave was not even close to Maya for character animation. They tried to kind of make it look like it was, and they would cite the M&Ms from the M&M commercials as an example, but if you actually worked with it, Lightwave wasn't even close. It was great for the stuff that really made it famous, like the spaceships on Babylon 5, the Ron Thornton stuff, but as a character animation tool, nah. You do much better if you really wanted the economical character animation tool at that time, late 1990s. By far, it was Hash Animation Master. Hash was good, really good, but it was also super unstable. If you didn't save your work every minute, you were going to lose your work because it crashed all the time. And then Martin and the crew came around the year 2000. Martin and I talked to those guys because they were competing with TrueSpace, and TrueSpace was a client of mine. Actually, at that time. So I'm talking to the Hash guys, and they're like, yeah, we've completely redesigned the interface. It's so much more stable now, blah, blah, blah. They lied. They lied. The new version was at least as crash prone as the prior one. And I mean, we're talking about a piece of software that crashed every 5 minutes. I mean, it was so bad. And as far as I know, it's still true to this day. Like Animation Master, Martin Hash, I love you, dude. You've contributed immeasurably to the 3D CGI world. Really, Martin Hash's contribution can't even be calculated. But if you want to talk about software stability, no. I'm pretty sure they never did get it right. What they should have done is taken the version of the software. They shouldn't have upgraded the interface. They should have taken the version that they had about 1999 and just cleaned up the code and made it stable. They could have had a kick beep application that would have competed very favorably with Maya for an order of magnitude lower price. But that's just one man's opinion. What do I know? Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to turn on the onion skins, and we're going to do this anime style. We're going to go a little bigger. So we're going to do 2 cycles of that, Control C, Control V, and then almost closed. That's my quintessential anime lip sync algorithm. Now, I said that the script says, superstitious babblings, Lord, nothing more. Okay, so he says, superstitious babblings, Lord, right there. Yeah, so we're going to run 2 cycles of this. Control C, Control V, and then we're going to put we'll go like this. Probably 3 of those, and then 1 cycle of this. I think will do the trick. So there's that. So these guys all need to be stretched down to the bottom. And then we want to have a little breather at the end. So there's that. Put the mouth in. Stretch that down to there. Basically about a second, if that. Okay, so let's see what he does. Superstitious babblings, Lord. Not quite. Superstitious babblings, Lord. Nothing more. Okay. Not horrible. The color on the mouth is pretty clearly wrong. And I would say, let's go ahead and, hello? S key, let's go ahead and move this a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. S key again. Let's slide that over a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that looks better. This could actually also be moved over, methinks. So, yeah, I'm actually having fun kind of putting in a little bit of a longer day today. All right, so I still don't like the color though. I'm going to darken it even more. And obviously you could stick an eye blink in there as well if you're going to really be Fruity Loops or Ableton Live. Well, I tell you, Amar, I use Reaper. I've been using Reaper for 10 years. I've scored 8 feature films with Reaper. I've created innumerable jingles with Reaper. I created the theme song for Salt and Light with Reaper, and you can download it for free right now and use it for free. No crippleware, as long as you want. And there's only one catch, which is when you run it for before you start using the program, you'll get a pop-up that says, do you want to register it? That's it. And then you can register it for $60. And I submit that there's not much you can do in Ableton Live or Fruity Loops that you can't do in Reaper, but they are very different programs. I mean, Fruity Loops is going to be the quintessential step sequencer. Ableton Live is kind of sort of somewhere in between the two, and then Reaper is going to be more your conventional horizontal timeline like you see in your video editing type software. But you can put in MIDI clips that you step sequence, you know. So I'm a Reaper guy, and that's not going to change. Boy, I tell you, I like Reaper. And I like Justin Frankel a lot. The guy that created Reaper, good guy, brilliant programmer. He created Winamp back in the day when MP3s were new. Justin created Winamp, and that was kind of how he made, enough money to be able to take his time creating the music software that he really wanted to make, and that was Reaper. And it took quite a long time to develop, quite a few years. Okay, so the blurb I pasted above is from the LMMS site. Okay, I want to find out, is this Linux Multimedia Studio, right? Which you can get for Windows as well. Okay, so basically, yeah. So the Linux Multimedia Studio, LMMS, is essentially a Linux clone of Fruity Loops. In the same sense that GIMP is a clone of Photoshop, LMMS is a clone of Fruity Loops. When it was created, that was the point. They were trying to create a free version of Fruity Loops. And it's evolved into something that's a pretty, if you like working in a very componentized way with music, where you're saying, okay, I'm going to create a little 4-bar loop or something, sort of hip-hop style. What you often see with hip-hop is you're creating little sampled sequences, and then you're stacking them up together and building something up with these little musical components. It's a good way to work. I mean, that's basically what you're going to do in Fruity Loops, too. For me, I don't usually work that way. A little bit. I mean, usually I'm working in a linear way with, with tracks. So they're both good ways. I mean, there was a program that's kind of gone now called Orion that worked pretty much the same way. And what Fruity Loops and Orion did was they built on the tradition of a tracker, which with a tracker, that's going to be software where you're actually putting in hex codes to build up a sequence, literally with hex codes. It's the quintessential text-based sequencer. And it worked. There's some really cool music that was done with trackers. Fruity Loops made that idea more accessible, all the while competing with programs like Sonar, which used to be Cakewalk, that were essentially linear music making software. Okay, so now what we're going to do here is just the same thing I've been doing. I could probably steal a yeah, and LMMS I haven't looked at in a while, but if you can handle LMMS, I'll bet you would adapt to Fruity Loops really quickly. So if you got good with it, you wanted a little, because Fruity Loops has been well supported and well developed over these years. They've really built it up into a very powerful and robust program. Right, and that's what you have in in Reaper too. So what you're talking about essentially if I go in here and then I load my orchestra, okay, so we'll give it half a second. Then if I want to, I can select a segment right here and insert a new MIDI item. And then if I go in and double click the MIDI item in another window, which you guys can't see, you can actually go in and you could step sequence. I'm just putting in nonsense right now, but so you can follow the step sequencing sort of microscopic paradigm where you're you just, it's almost like doing notation really on a piano roll. You're just essentially just putting in the notes, right? And so then if we look at the Salt and Light theme, all of this stuff can be gone in and dealt with very microscopically. Change the volume, put in controllers like a volume controller, so you put in an envelope to swell in the volume over time. All that stuff. It's like anything you want to do, you can do. It's all there. And pretty good result. The orchestra, Adderall Orchestral, is essentially abandonware that you can go download for free right now. You got to go search for it, but it's not it's abandonware, so it's essentially freeware. I think in order to run it, maybe you have to have the cracked version. I'm not sure. I really don't know, but it's free for everybody now. It is the most compact yet high quality sounding virtual orchestra I've ever been able to find. So, and I bought some other ones like Garriton, Pocket Orchestra, there's a lot of them out there. So anyway, let's do this. Let's create another raster level and do a gradient on this thing. And then we will do the light effects as well. Note, pitch, duration, volume. Yes, you do it all. Absolutely. Now, Fruity Loop Studio, Dominic's saying it's unstable. I don't have a clue. I tell you, Reaper is not unstable. And I'm using version 3.78. I'm using a version from 8 years ago. It is not unstable. Reaper is it. If you try really hard, you can find a way to crash it, I promise. But basically, it's a super stable program. Always has been. And that's because it's programmed by one guy. Really important to note about Reaper. One guy. Justin Frankel. Just one guy. It's always been one guy. He may have a team now, a small team, maybe. But basically, Reaper's just one guy. And boy, does it show. Super stable. And I love the fact that, if Reaper sucks, Justin's the one who doesn't get paid. When people don't, register the program or whatever. Justin suffers directly if his programming sucks. I think that's pretty cool. So, yep, Justin Franco. Good guy. Anyway, okay, what were we going to do? Oh, yeah, lighting effects. So let's go here, and we're going to do the same thing we often do here. Oh, yes, something I need to change. Insofar as the shadows are concerned, we need to go to our scene and go to our scene settings and make sure that is invoked so that the transparency is preserved. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go to column 2 and we're going to add the old body highlight effect. Light, body highlight. We just get so freaking much mileage out of this effect. And that's because, by gum, it works. So let's go -12, I think, on the X. Yeah, that looks about right. And then the question is, do we want to go ahead and put a shadow 1 in? I don't think for this shot we need it. I think we're pretty much in good shape. So go here. And the one thing I did not do on this particular shot is I didn't put in the render settings. So this is shot number 60. So we want to go to render output settings, and we're going to go to plus scenes 060 render, and we're going to render as or not JPEG. We're going to render as pings, and that's because we're overwriting pings that were rendered from Krita back in the day. So, yep, I'm a Reaper man. When it comes to okay, yeah. So now we're back over here. We're back over here, friends. What does this mean? Superstitious ramblings, Lord. Nothing more. Are you sure? Okay. Now, could we improve this with the plastic tool? Abso-freaking-lutely. This is actually a great example of where probably... Let me see how quickly this tween goes by. That's okay, but I think we can do even better. I think we can do better. Yep, chord packs, the whole thing. It's like the X sheet for music. That's exactly right. That's totally. Now, Fruity Loops is a resource hog. That's pretty weird, actually, that it would be a resource hog. But I guess we'll take you at your word that it is, though. All right, so I'm going to hit the X key. By the way, actually, I'm going to hit the X key here. And we're going to create a mesh based on this. We're going to go ahead and loosen this up. We don't need this to be a very fine mesh. Okay. So we're going to go down here. We're going to just do that thing we do, which is build a skeleton. Same old, same old. I'm going to protect the skeleton here. And then all I'm trying to do is create a situation where I can basically give him a little bit of dynamics to his movement. So I'm going to actually take this and I may put a key there and I might not. So normally the way I look at this is, can I move things around and immediately it intuitively behaves like you want the character to behave? And basically yes. I think we want to keep the distance though. Okay, so now if we go here, and then here, yes. This could be started about here. Okay, so now there's an obvious problem that one of you guys is out there complaining about right now, and you're right. We need to make sure that we're piping everything relevant through the plastic tool. So that means that the shadows and the mouth need to go through the plastic tool. Okay? Fine. Okay, so now what we've done is we've softened up that tween actually. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to take this and move it downstream and then just give him a little secondary animation just like that. Okay, so now probably a little bit like that. Yeah, moving this bone actually fixed the deformation that was happening in his face, because you can see right here, before I moved this, his face was kind of, see, it's right there, it's kind of stretched a little bit wacky, but that seemed to have fixed it. So it's kind of an example where the strange way that Opentoonz calculates the influence kind of worked in our favor. So, alright, so let's render that. There's no point belaboring the thing. Superstitious ramblings, my lord. Nothing more. Okay, so maybe nothing more should happen a little later, but actually what I think is that I want to, sorry guys, I want to back this off a little bit. Okay. Superstitious. Superstitious. So let me get the timing here. Superstitious ramblings. Okay, so yeah, ramblings. Let me do that one more time. Yeah. This is a total dyslexia moment for me, where I keep doing it over and over because what I'm looking at telling me to put the keyframes a little earlier or a little later, I'm having a hard time making my brain understand whether the movement needs to happen sooner or later. It looks to me like it needs to be later, because I'm trying to get it to punch the word ramblings. So sorry about that. That's something I don't think I can really help. So he says, superstitious ramblings, my... Oh, now it's too late. Diggity doggone it. Superstitious ramblings, my lord. Nothing more. Okay, and now I want him to go, nothing. Right there. I'm going to take this key. No. Okay. No. Yep, he said no. Right there. Here, I want him to do a little push even further on the word nothing. So this is where he kind of goes like this. And I think we've got it. We shall see. Fruity Loop Studio 12 is also 8 years old, but I haven't used it in 6 or 7 years. Oh, your hard drive died and you lost the key. Well, like I said, if somebody wants to try something where they don't have to, you know, where you can try it for nothing, Reaper is that. Okay, so he says, superstitious ramblings, Lord. Nothing more. Okay. So there's the timing's not quite perfect. I'm feeling like maybe if I tighten this up, nothing. Yeah, I think that should be tightened up. Just letting everyone know they have a job interview at 2 p.m. and need to pop out. I'm actually going to wrap it up to 4.5 hours. Seriously, Dave? Really, dude? But the good news, I've gotten 2 shots done, which at 2 hours a pop for drawing, ink, and paint and everything is really pretty good. So, I ain't complaining. Well, I have been complaining about Opentoonz a little bit, but superstitious ramblings. Okay, yeah, this looks stupid. We need to make that like 2 or maybe even 1. Superstitious rambling. Nope, it's got to be 1. This has to be just 1 frame. Superstitious ramblings, my lord. Nothing. Yeah, that's way better. Keep it crisp, baby. Keep it crisp. Good luck on the interview, Maria. Yes, thank you. I echo that, Tom. Tom's sentiment towards Maria. That would be great if you could get the job. Well, you just be your sweet self, and I'm sure it'll go very, very well. By the way, this feels... I'm not doing it as an overlay. I'm just leaving it painted in there. So I'm gonna make a little tweaky poo, and then I think my session is over. Superstitious ramblings, my lord. Nothing more. Okay, I'm not sure about that last move, but I think I'm going to leave it for now. So, it's a good sign. Yes, definitely. So take a look at Reaper. Yeah, and it's like anything else, Tom. It's going to be a learning curve. You know, it is a definite learning curve. But then again, I'm here. You know, any question you have on Reaper, I'm going to know probably. Now, maybe not, because again, I'm using the version that's 8 years old. It hasn't changed much. It's really very incremental, the improvements that he makes to it. And so I use 3.78, I think it is, because it works for me and almost never ever crashes. And I've just never had a reason to upgrade. So anyway, all right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. That's it for today. It's been fun, long live stream. And I don't feel like massaging this shot anymore because I'm getting numb to it, you know. It's starting to... My brain doesn't work anymore. But all in all, I think it came out pretty well. So, all right, yep. All right, see you guys. As you know, there will be more later.